You've been living with a weight you don't even realize you're carrying. Stress, fear, the constant feeling that something is missing, like you're running but never quite reaching where you're supposed to be. You try to fix it. More success, more approval, more distractions. But the moment you stop, the silence creeps in. And in that silence, you know the truth. You're still restless, still searching, still trapped in the same cycle. What if I told you that everything you've been taught about happiness is a lie? That peace isn't something you chase, but something you cultivate from within? That no amount of money, validation, or control will ever set you free, but mastering your own mind will? For centuries, the greatest thinkers in history, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, unlocked the secret to an unshakable life. They discovered a way to be calm in the storm, powerful in adversity, and completely untouchable by negativity, not through wishful thinking, but through the raw, unbreakable strength of Stoic wisdom. And tonight, as you listen, something will shift inside you. Your mind will slow down. The noise will start to fade. The pressure you've been carrying for years will begin to lift. By the time you wake up tomorrow, you'll feel different, stronger, calmer, in control. This isn't just another audio to fall asleep to. This is a transformation waiting to happen. Are you ready? Let's begin. Before we begin, take a deep breath. Let go of everything that happened today, the worries, the expectations, the noise. Because right now, none of it matters. What matters is this moment, this lesson, this shift in the way you see your life. For too long, you've been told that happiness is something you find, that if you just have the right job, the right relationship, the right amount of success, you'll finally feel complete. But deep down, you already know that's not true, because no matter how much you achieve, the feeling never lasts. There is a deeper form of happiness, one that doesn't fade the moment something goes wrong. The Stoics called it eudaimonia, a state of true fulfillment, the kind that makes life feel meaningful no matter what happens. It's not about chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. It's about something much stronger, inner peace, resilience, and a sense of purpose that nothing can take away. This is where your journey begins. Most people wake up every morning with the same thought. What do I need to do today? Their minds fill with tasks, deadlines, responsibilities, and a constant pressure to keep up. They chase after happiness like a prize at the end of a race, believing that if they just work hard enough, if they just check off enough boxes, they'll finally arrive at a place where they can breathe. But that place never comes. That's because they're asking the wrong question. The real question isn't, what do I need to do today? It's, who do I need to be today? This shift changes everything. Happiness isn't found in an achievement or a perfect moment. It's something you build, moment by moment, through the way you live. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They knew that true fulfillment comes not from what you have, but from how you think, how you act, and how you handle life's challenges. And once you learn this, you will never be at the mercy of external events again. The first lesson is this: stop measuring your life by pleasure and pain. Most people live in a constant cycle of seeking comfort and avoiding discomfort. They chase after the next source of pleasure, a new purchase, a better job, a moment of praise, only to feel empty again once it fades. Then they run from pain, trying to avoid anything that feels difficult, uncertain, or uncomfortable. But what if you stopped running? What if, instead of fearing hardship, you welcomed it as part of your growth? The Stoics saw pleasure and pain as distractions, things that come and go, but should never control your state of mind. They believed that true fulfillment comes from virtue, living with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. Because when you live by these principles, you don't need pleasure to feel good. You don't need to avoid pain to feel at peace. You are stable, unshaken, and in control of your own well-being. This is what it means to cultivate eudaimonia. It means being able to sit in stillness without reaching for distractions. It means knowing that no matter what happens today, you will meet it with strength. It means no longer being a slave to the highs and lows of life, but walking through it with steady confidence. Once you understand this, life stops feeling like a battle. Another key to true fulfillment is mastering your desires. Most people believe they need more to be happy, more money, more success, more excitement. But the Stoics saw it differently. They believed that happiness isn't found in adding more, but in needing less. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Think about that. You could have everything the world has to offer and still feel unsatisfied. Or you could have very little but feel completely at peace. The difference isn't in what you have, it's in how much you desire. If you constantly need more, you will always be chasing, always feeling like something is missing. But if you train yourself to be content with what you already have, you become untouchable. You take back your power. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have goals. The Stoics weren't against ambition, but they believed in pursuing things with detachment, working toward your goals without basing your happiness on the outcome. This is the secret to peace. Most people tie their emotions to results. They feel good when they succeed and miserable when they fail. But the Stoic mindset is different. You focus only on what you can control, and you let go of everything else. If you work hard and succeed, great. If you work hard and fail, that's fine too, because your happiness doesn't depend on what happens. It depends on who you are. When you live this way, failure no longer scares you. You stop overthinking every decision. You stop hesitating because you're afraid of things not going your way. You do what needs to be done, and whatever happens, you remain steady. This is true freedom. Eudaimonia also means developing an unshakable inner compass. In today's world, it's easy to lose yourself. People constantly chase trends, opinions, and approval, hoping that if they just do what everyone else is doing, they'll feel good enough. But the Stoics knew better. They knew that real fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your own values, not the expectations of others. When you don't have a clear sense of who you are, you become reactive. Every criticism, every challenge, every bit of bad news shakes you. You constantly wonder, am I good enough? Am I doing the right thing? What if people don't like me? But when you live with integrity, those thoughts disappear. You no longer need validation. You no longer need people to agree with you. You simply act in a way that aligns with your highest self. And when you do that, something incredible happens. You stop feeling lost. You wake up every day knowing exactly what kind of person you want to be. You face problems without fear because you know you will handle them the best you can. You stop seeking happiness in other people's approval because you have something far better, self-respect. This is why Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." The world doesn't need more people trying to impress others. It needs more people who live with character, who stand firm in their principles, who do what's right even when no one is watching. Because at the end of the day, this is what fulfillment looks like. Not a life of endless pleasure, not a life free from pain, but a life lived fully, honestly, and without regret. Eudaimonia is not something you find. It's something you build. It's in the way you show up every day, whether anyone is watching or not. It's in the way you handle discomfort without running or complaining. It's in the way you live with honor without needing a reward. This is how the Stoics lived. And if you embrace this path, you will no longer be like most people, trapped in the endless chase for happiness, never quite satisfied, never quite free. You will have something far greater. You will have peace, and once you have that, nothing will ever shake you again. You've learned that true fulfillment comes from within, that happiness is not in chasing pleasure, but in cultivating inner peace, that living with integrity and aligning with your values makes you unshakable. But even when you understand this, there is still something that keeps most people trapped: the illusion of control. There is a belief that if you try hard enough, plan well enough, and stay ahead of every possible problem, you can control what happens in life. This belief is not just wrong, it's exhausting. It's the reason so many people live in constant stress, frustration, and anxiety. Because no matter how much effort you put in, things will still go wrong. People will still disappoint you. Unexpected situations will still shake up your plans. You will still feel like you are never fully in control. But what if that was never the goal? What if real power doesn't come from controlling everything, but from letting go? The mind clings to control because it wants certainty. It wants to know what's going to happen, to prepare, to avoid pain and discomfort. It believes that if it just tries hard enough, it can force life to follow its script. But reality doesn't work that way. No matter how carefully you plan, you cannot control the world. And when things don't go as expected, the feeling of failure sets in. People spend their lives fighting reality, resisting what is, and feeling powerless because of it. But the irony is, power does not come from controlling what happens. Power comes from controlling your reaction to what happens. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the world is unpredictable, that people act in ways you cannot control, that circumstances change without warning. And instead of exhausting themselves trying to fight this, they focused on the only thing that was ever truly within their control: their own mind. The paradox of control is this: the more you try to control external events, the more powerless you become. But the moment you let go of that need, you gain the only control that truly matters: control over yourself. Most people waste their energy on things they can't change. They argue with reality, getting frustrated when people don't act the way they expect, when situations don't go according to plan, when life throws obstacles in their way. But every second spent resisting what is a second wasted. The Stoics didn't waste time on complaints or resistance. They accepted reality for what it was, and in doing so, they moved through life with a sense of freedom most people never experience. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean giving up or doing nothing. The Stoics were not weak or indifferent. They were warriors of the mind. They knew that control was not about bending the world to their will, but about bending their will to align with the world. They focused only on what they could change: their thoughts, their actions, their perception. Everything else, they let it go. The fear of losing control is one of the greatest sources of suffering. It's why people stress over things that haven't happened yet, why they hold on to anger over things that can't be undone, why they fear uncertainty instead of embracing it. But what if, instead of fearing loss of control, you saw it as an opportunity? Every time something happens that you can't change, you have a choice. You can resist it, wasting your energy on frustration and anxiety, or you can accept it, adapt, and move forward with clarity and strength. Letting go of control is not weakness. It is the ultimate form of strength. It means no longer allowing circumstances to dictate your peace of mind. It means understanding that while you may not be able to change what happens, you always have the power to decide how you respond. When you stop trying to force outcomes, you gain a new kind of power, the power of presence. Instead of being stuck in the frustration of how things should be, you move fully into what is. And from that place, you can take clear, decisive action without emotional turmoil clouding your judgment. The paradox of control applies to every aspect of life. In relationships, people try to control others, how they think, how they act, how they feel. They believe that if they just say the right things, do the right things, they can make someone behave the way they want. But people are not objects to be controlled. The more you try to force someone to be different, the more resistance you create, and the more tension and frustration follow. But when you let go, when you stop trying to control others and instead focus on being the best version of yourself, something incredible happens. You become magnetic. You create space for people to show up authentically. You stop needing them to be a certain way in order to feel at peace, because your peace is no longer dependent on them. The same applies to success. Most people attach their happiness to outcomes. They believe that if they work hard enough, plan well enough, do everything right, they will achieve exactly what they want. And when things don't go as planned, they spiral into frustration. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that effort matters, but results do not belong to you. The only thing you own is the work you put in. Whether it leads to success or failure is not within your control, and once you fully accept this, the stress disappears. You give your best, and then you release the need to control the outcome. Even in the worst situations, this principle holds true. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus was born a slave. He had no control over his circumstances, over the way he was treated, over the limitations placed on him. But instead of allowing that to make him bitter or defeated, he focused on the only thing he could control, his mind. He refused to see himself as a victim. He cultivated strength, resilience, and wisdom. And because of that, he became one of the most respected teachers of Stoic philosophy. His circumstances never defined him. His response to them did. Most people believe that control equals security, that if they can just hold on tight enough, they can prevent bad things from happening. But control is an illusion. No one can predict the future. No one can stop change. The only real security in life comes from adaptability, from the ability to meet whatever comes with clarity and strength. The Stoics trained themselves to be comfortable with uncertainty, to embrace the unknown, because they knew that resisting it only leads to suffering. Think about how much energy is wasted every day on trying to control the uncontrollable. How much stress comes from worrying about what others think, from fearing failure, from replaying the past and dreading the future. Now imagine what would happen if all of that energy was redirected inward, toward mastering the only thing that is ever truly within your power, your own mind. This is the shift that changes everything. You stop worrying about things you can't change. You stop fearing the unknown. You stop being controlled by circumstances, by other people, by things outside of yourself. Instead, you develop a deep inner stability. You meet life as it is, not as you wish it to be. And from that place, you take action, not out of fear, not out of desperation, but out of clarity and strength. Letting go of control doesn't mean life becomes easy. It doesn't mean you won't face challenges. It means that no matter what happens, you will not break. You will not waste time resisting reality. You will accept, adapt, and move forward with unshakable composure. Because true power is not in controlling life. True power is in mastering yourself. Letting go of control does not mean surrendering to weakness. It means no longer allowing external events to dictate your peace of mind. It means shifting focus from what is beyond reach to what has always been within your grasp, your own thoughts. Control is an illusion, but mastery of the mind is real power. And yet, even when people understand this, they remain trapped in cycles of stress, self-doubt, and negativity. It is not the world that makes them suffer, but their own unguarded thoughts. A mind without discipline becomes its own worst enemy, attacking itself with fears, insecurities, and imagined problems. True strength is not just about endurance, but about defense, building a mind that cannot be corrupted by negativity. Thoughts shape perception. Two people can experience the same situation, but one sees it as a disaster, while the other sees it as an opportunity. The difference is not in what happened, but in how the mind interprets it. When left unchecked, the mind turns against itself, distorting reality, magnifying problems, and feeding anxiety. Training cognitive immunity means taking back control, ensuring that negative thoughts do not take root and dictate emotions. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology. They knew that the greatest battle was not against the world, but against one's own destructive thinking. Every day, the mind absorbs external influences. News, social media, conversations, and past experiences all leave an imprint. Without awareness, these influences shape thinking patterns, often in harmful ways. One careless remark from another person can turn into days of self-doubt. One minor setback can spiral into overwhelming anxiety. Without training, the mind becomes vulnerable to negativity, absorbing and amplifying every fearful or toxic thought. Cognitive immunity is the ability to filter these influences, to decide which thoughts are worth engaging with and which should be dismissed before they take hold. Negativity is contagious. When surrounded by constant complaints, anger, and cynicism, the mind begins to mirror those patterns. People who spend time in toxic environments often find their own thinking becoming pessimistic, their patience thinner, their happiness harder to reach. The brain is wired to adapt to its surroundings, and when the environment is filled with stress, the mind follows. Cognitive immunity requires a conscious effort to protect the mind from these influences, to recognize when negativity is creeping in and stop it before it spreads. This does not mean avoiding all difficulties or ignoring problems, but rather refusing to let external negativity take residence in the mind. Thoughts are habits. Just as the body follows patterns of physical behavior, the mind follows patterns of mental behavior. If negativity becomes the default response, it strengthens over time. Every repeated worry, every moment of self-criticism, every unnecessary stressor carves deeper pathways in the brain, making those thoughts automatic. The longer this pattern continues, the harder it becomes to think in a different way. But just as habits can be broken, thought patterns can be rewired. Every time a negative thought arises, there is a choice: to engage with it, feed it, let it spiral into something worse, or to reject it and replace it with something stronger. Self-doubt is one of the most persistent mental poisons. It convinces people that they are not good enough, that their efforts are meaningless, that they will inevitably fail. It whispers that others are more capable, that success is reserved for someone else. But self-doubt is a lie, one created by the mind itself. No one is born with it. It is learned through repeated exposure to criticism, comparison, and failure. And because it is learned, it can be unlearned. The first step is recognizing that self-doubt is not reality. It is a distortion, a voice that does not deserve attention. The mind thrives on evidence. If self-doubt is constantly fed with proof of failure, it will grow stronger. But if the mind is trained to focus on past victories, on progress, on skills developed, self-doubt weakens. Confidence is not built in a single moment. It is built through countless small acts of proving the mind wrong, through stepping forward even when doubt is loud, through refusing to accept fear as a guide, through choosing action over hesitation. Every time doubt is defied, the brain rewires itself, replacing uncertainty with certainty, hesitation with decisiveness. Stress thrives in the absence of clarity. When problems feel overwhelming, when decisions seem impossible, stress fills the gaps. Most of the time, stress is not caused by the actual situation, but by the mind's inability to see a clear solution. The moment clarity arrives, stress loses its power. Training cognitive immunity means developing the ability to step back, to detach from overwhelming emotions, and to look at problems from a rational perspective. The Stoics practiced this through mental exercises, forcing themselves to see every challenge as temporary, every obstacle as something to be solved rather than feared. This ability to step outside of immediate emotions and into reason is what separates those who crumble under pressure from those who remain composed. Overthinking is another common way the mind weakens itself. The brain wants certainty, so it analyzes every possibility, every outcome, every detail. But instead of finding clarity, overthinking creates confusion. It turns simple decisions into exhausting battles, fills the mind with doubt, and drains energy on things that do not matter. The key to cognitive immunity is knowing when to stop thinking and start acting. The mind must be trained to recognize when analysis is useful and when it is simply a disguise for fear. Most decisions do not need more thought. They need action. Once a choice is made, overthinking serves no purpose. Letting go of the need for perfect certainty allows the mind to function without unnecessary strain. The strongest minds are not those that avoid hardship, but those that know how to handle it. When negativity, doubt, and stress arise, they do not panic. They do not fight against their own thoughts. Instead, they observe, understand, and redirect. They refuse to be consumed by the moment, always keeping a greater perspective in mind. Instead of allowing small failures to become personal judgments, they see them as part of growth. Instead of internalizing criticism, they extract what is useful and discard the rest. This is the essence of mental strength, not avoidance, not suppression, but conscious choice. A trained mind does not react impulsively. It does not take every negative thought as truth. It questions, it examines, it decides which thoughts are worth keeping and which must be let go. This ability to regulate thought is what determines mental freedom. The person who is a prisoner of their own thoughts will always be at the mercy of emotions, trapped in cycles of worry, fear, and frustration. But the person who builds cognitive immunity, they are untouchable. No insult, no setback, no unexpected event can shake them because their mind does not allow it. The greatest battle is always internal. The strongest people are not those without struggle, but those who have trained their minds to remain strong through it. They know that negativity will always try to creep in, that self-doubt will always try to whisper, that stress will always try to take control. But they do not give in. They do not allow these forces to dictate their thoughts. They stand guard over their minds, filtering what enters, discarding what weakens them, reinforcing what makes them unbreakable. This is what it means to have true cognitive immunity. It is not about never experiencing negativity, but about never allowing it to take hold. It is about recognizing every toxic thought as a choice, one that can be ignored, restructured, or replaced. It is about deciding every single day that the mind will not be ruled by fear, by doubt, by stress. In a world where most people are controlled by their thoughts, where anxiety dictates behavior, where negativity shapes reality, cognitive immunity is the ultimate power. It is the ability to walk through life unaffected by the noise, unshaken by the unexpected, untouchable by the things that once had power over the mind. It is the difference between those who live in a constant battle against themselves and those who have found peace within. Master the mind, and nothing can control you. Train your thoughts, and no negativity can take hold. Build cognitive immunity, and you will move through life with a strength most people will never understand. Most people live as prisoners of their own minds. They are held hostage by their thoughts, consumed by stress, weighed down by self-doubt, and trapped in endless cycles of overthinking. But even deeper than this mental turmoil lies another invisible chain: attachment. Attachment to outcomes, to success, to material possessions, to what others think, to the stories people tell themselves about who they are. This attachment creates suffering, not because life is cruel, but because expectations are fragile. When the world does not match what the mind believes it should be, frustration follows. When possessions are lost, when things do not go as planned, when validation is withheld, suffering appears. But there is a way to free oneself from this invisible burden. Detachment does not mean indifference. It is not about giving up or avoiding responsibility. It is about seeing things as they are, not as the mind wants them to be. It is about breaking the illusion that external events, possessions, and validation define happiness. True detachment is clarity. It is the ability to move through life without being weighed down by expectations. It is the ability to strive for goals while remaining at peace with any result. It is the ability to enjoy what one has without fearing its loss. Psychology and philosophy both confirm this. The more someone clings to something, the more fragile their peace becomes. The mind becomes anxious, always anticipating what could go wrong, always fearing loss. When attachment controls thinking, people suffer before they have even lost anything. They suffer in anticipation of failure, in the fear of rejection, in the endless worry of not having enough. But when attachment is removed, so is that suffering. The Stoics mastered detachment because they understood the nature of control. They knew that external things, possessions, success, relationships, health, reputation, are never fully within one's grasp. No matter how much effort is made, life is unpredictable. Fortune rises and falls, people come and go, achievements are gained and lost. To tie happiness to something so unstable is to guarantee suffering. But to cultivate inner stability, independent of circumstances, is to create a peace that cannot be shaken. Modern psychology supports this. Research on attachment theory shows that people who are overly attached to specific outcomes experience higher levels of anxiety and depression. When happiness depends on a job promotion, a perfect relationship, or a specific future, any deviation from that expectation feels like failure. But those who practice detachment are resilient. They set goals without needing a specific outcome. They form relationships without fearing loss. They enjoy success without basing their worth on it. This makes them mentally free. Possessions are another major source of attachment. Many people measure success by what they own, believing that happiness lies in more money, more luxury, more security through material wealth. But this creates an endless hunger. No amount of accumulation is enough because the mind always moves the goalpost, always seeks the next level, always finds someone who has more. The Stoics understood that true wealth is not in having, but in needing little. When the mind stops depending on possessions for happiness, every simple pleasure becomes enough. A person who can be content with little is untouchable by loss. Even physical comfort is an attachment. People avoid discomfort, seeking ease and convenience at all costs. But this fear of discomfort makes them weak. The Stoics trained themselves in voluntary hardship, going without luxuries, exposing themselves to temporary discomfort, reminding themselves that they could endure anything. This practice built resilience. It proved that peace did not come from external conditions, but from internal strength. Modern research in psychology confirms this. Those who embrace temporary discomfort develop higher stress tolerance and greater emotional stability. Detachment also applies to relationships. People cling to others out of fear, fear of loneliness, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough on their own. But attachment in relationships often leads to control, jealousy, and emotional suffering. The Stoics believed in loving deeply, but without possession. To love someone while accepting that they are free, that they may change, that they may leave, is the highest form of love. It removes fear, neediness, and the anxiety that poisons connection. It allows people to appreciate relationships for what they are, rather than trying to force them into what they want them to be. Another form of attachment is the need for validation. Many people live their lives shaped by what others think, seeking approval, fearing judgment. This makes them prisoners of perception, constantly adjusting themselves to fit expectations, constantly anxious about how they are seen. But the Stoics rejected this. They knew that opinions are unstable, that people judge based on their own biases, that external validation is never consistent. They trained themselves to act based on principle rather than popularity. To detach from opinions is to become truly free, to live with integrity rather than fear. Failure is another illusion of attachment. People fear it, avoid it, see it as a reflection of their worth. But failure is nothing more than an event, a lesson, a moment that passes. The Stoics did not see failure as a loss, but as information, proof of effort, an opportunity to improve. Those who detach from the fear of failure act boldly. They take risks without hesitation. They move forward without dwelling on mistakes. This detachment from outcome makes them unstoppable. The mind itself is a source of attachment. Thoughts, beliefs, identity, all of these are held onto as if they are absolute. But beliefs can be wrong. Identity can evolve. The Stoics practiced self-examination, questioning their own assumptions, remaining open to change. Those who refuse to change, who hold tightly to outdated beliefs, become rigid and fragile. But those who detach from the need to always be right, who embrace learning and growth, become wise. Time is another attachment. People grasp at the past, reliving regrets, wishing they had done things differently. Or they cling to the future, fearing uncertainty, trying to predict what cannot be predicted. But the Stoics knew that only the present moment is real. The past cannot be changed. The future cannot be controlled. To detach from time is to fully live, without regret, without fear, fully engaged in the now. Expectations are the root of suffering. People create stories in their minds about how things should be, and when reality does not match, they feel disappointment. But reality does not care about expectations. It simply is. The Stoics practiced letting go of expectations, accepting whatever came, adapting without resistance. This gave them a sense of flow, of ease, of moving through life without the friction of unmet demands. When expectations are removed, everything becomes easier. The highest form of detachment is letting go of the illusion of self-importance. People believe that life revolves around them, that their problems are unique, that their struggles are greater than others. But in the grand scale of existence, each person is a momentary flicker. The Stoics often use the practice of the view from above, imagining themselves from a distance, seeing their problems as small in the vastness of the universe. This perspective shrinks worries, removes ego, and replaces it with humility and peace. Detachment is the path to true power. It removes suffering at the root. It frees the mind from the constant turmoil of wanting, fearing, expecting. It allows people to act without hesitation, to love without possession, to succeed without arrogance, to fail without despair. It creates a life of peace, clarity, and unshakable freedom. Those who practice it become untouchable, not because nothing happens to them, but because nothing owns them. This is the ultimate secret of Stoic detachment: to be fully engaged in life, to act with purpose, to strive for excellence, but to be free from the chains of needing any particular outcome. To walk through the world with open hands, unburdened, unafraid, completely at peace. Detachment creates freedom. It removes the invisible chains that tie happiness to outcomes, material possessions, and the opinions of others. It allows people to move through life without being weighed down by expectations. But even when detachment is understood, there is one habit that can quietly undo all of its benefits: complaining. The mind can be trained to let go, to remain unaffected by external events. But if it constantly indulges in complaining, it remains trapped in a cycle of negativity. Complaining is more than just words. It is a way of thinking that poisons the mind, weakens resilience, and creates a false sense of powerlessness. Most people complain without realizing the damage it does. They believe venting frustration is harmless, that it is a way to relieve stress, that it is simply expressing thoughts. But every complaint reinforces a habit of focusing on what is wrong rather than on what can be done. Every complaint strengthens a mindset of victimhood, where problems seem bigger than they are and personal agency is forgotten. Complaining does not solve anything. It does not change situations. It does not make life easier. It only deepens frustration, keeps the mind stuck in problems, and trains it to find negativity even where it does not exist. Neuroscience confirms that the brain adapts to repeated patterns of thinking. When complaints become frequent, the brain rewires itself to make negativity the default response. It strengthens pathways that focus on problems rather than solutions. It conditions the mind to see obstacles rather than opportunities. Over time, this not only affects mood, but also changes perception itself. What could have been seen as neutral or even positive is interpreted as something negative simply because the brain has been trained to look for what is wrong. Complaining becomes automatic, a reflex rather than a conscious choice. The Stoics understood that complaining was not just unproductive, but harmful. They believed that energy should be directed toward action, toward what could be controlled, rather than wasted on lamenting what could not be changed. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he would encounter difficult people, that challenges would arise, but that his response was his own choice. He did not complain about the nature of the world. He accepted it as it was and focused on what he could do. To a Stoic, complaining was not just a waste of time. It was a failure to exercise discipline over the mind. Complaining is often mistaken for communication. People believe that expressing dissatisfaction is necessary to process emotions, to connect with others, or to seek validation. But real communication is about problem solving, about finding solutions, about seeking clarity. Complaining is the opposite. It is speaking without purpose, venting without direction, indulging in negativity without taking action. It spreads misery not only within the person complaining, but also to those who listen. Complaints create a ripple effect. When one person complains, it invites others to do the same, reinforcing a culture of negativity rather than a mindset of resilience. There is a difference between recognizing problems and complaining about them. Recognition is the first step toward change. It involves assessing a situation clearly, seeing what needs to be addressed, and deciding on an action. Complaining is different. It is dwelling on what is wrong without making any effort to improve it. It is repeating the same frustrations, reinforcing a sense of helplessness, creating an illusion that nothing can be done. This is why some people feel stuck in the same problems for years, not because solutions do not exist, but because their energy is spent on complaining rather than changing. The more someone complains, the more powerless they feel. They begin to believe that the world is against them, that nothing ever goes their way, that misfortune is personal rather than universal. This mindset is dangerous because it removes responsibility. It shifts control from within to outside forces. It creates the illusion that happiness and peace are dependent on perfect conditions rather than on personal choices. The reality is, life is not fair. Challenges are inevitable. Difficulties will come. But the difference between those who thrive and those who suffer is how they respond. Complaining achieves nothing. Action does. Even small complaints reinforce negativity. Complaining about the weather, about slow traffic, about minor inconveniences, all of these seem harmless, but they train the mind to react with frustration rather than acceptance. They condition the brain to resist reality instead of adapting to it. When minor annoyances are met with constant complaints, the mind loses resilience. It becomes reactive, fragile, unable to handle anything unexpected without irritation. This is why some people remain calm in the face of serious problems, while others become overwhelmed by the smallest inconveniences. It is not the situation that determines reaction. It is the mental habits that have been built over time. Complaining also damages relationships. It creates an environment where negativity is shared rather than support. When people connect through mutual complaints, they reinforce each other's frustrations rather than lifting each other up. Conversations become cycles of venting rather than sources of encouragement. Over time, this drains energy, builds resentment, and creates distance rather than closeness. People who constantly complain often push others away, not because they are disliked, but because their energy is exhausting. Complaints do not inspire, do not create solutions, do not bring people together in a meaningful way. They only spread dissatisfaction. There is a psychological reason why people complain. It gives a false sense of control. Speaking about frustrations provides temporary relief, an illusion of taking action without actually doing anything. But this relief is short-lived. It does not change the situation. It does not bring clarity. It only reinforces the belief that life is unfair, that problems are overwhelming, that struggle is endless. And when complaining becomes a habit, it replaces real problem solving. Instead of looking for ways to adapt, to improve, to grow, people fall into the habit of expressing frustration without ever moving forward. Quitting the habit of complaining does not mean suppressing emotions. It does not mean pretending that everything is fine or ignoring problems. It means shifting focus from frustration to action. It means recognizing challenges without being consumed by them. It means developing the discipline to see what can be done instead of wasting energy on what cannot be changed. When complaining is replaced with problem solving, everything changes. The mind becomes lighter, stress decreases, resilience grows. Complaints create mental fog, but clarity comes from accepting reality and responding with purpose. Breaking the cycle of complaining requires awareness. The habit is so ingrained in many people that they do not even notice it. The first step is paying attention, catching complaints before they are spoken, recognizing negative thought patterns before they take hold. Once awareness is developed, the next step is replacement. Every time the urge to complain arises, it must be redirected towards something productive. Instead of saying, "This is unfair," ask, "What can I do?" Instead of saying, "I hate this situation," ask, "How can I handle it better?" Instead of saying, "Why does this always happen to me?" ask, "What lesson can I take from this?" Language shapes thought. The words that are spoken reinforce the mindset that is developed. If complaints dominate speech, negativity dominates thinking. Changing language changes perception. Choosing to speak in ways that reflect solutions rather than frustration rewires the brain toward resilience. The difference between a person who complains and a person who adapts is not luck, not circumstance, but perspective. One focuses on problems, the other focuses on progress. There is a power in silence. When frustration arises, when difficulties appear, when situations feel unfair, silence allows space to think before reacting. Complaints are impulsive. They are the immediate emotional response, unfiltered and often exaggerated. But a moment of silence creates an opportunity to pause, to reflect, to choose a response rather than react instinctively. The Stoics practiced this form of restraint, knowing that the first thought is often the least useful. By choosing not to complain, by waiting before speaking, they gained control over their emotions and their perspective. Resilience grows in the absence of complaints. When challenges are met with acceptance rather than resistance, strength develops. When difficulties are faced with calm rather than frustration, clarity emerges. The greatest advantage of quitting complaints is the freedom it brings. No longer being controlled by small annoyances, no longer being affected by every inconvenience, no longer being trapped in cycles of frustration that lead nowhere. A person who does not complain is a person who is not easily disturbed, who moves through life with ease, who carries a lightness that others notice but cannot always explain. Complaining is the language of those who feel powerless, but quitting complaints is an act of reclaiming power. It is choosing to focus on what matters, to direct energy where it can make a difference, to rise above pettiness and negativity. The mind is either a source of suffering or a tool for strength. The choice is always there, to dwell on problems or to seek solutions, to remain stuck or to move forward. A life without complaints is not a life without problems. It is a life where problems do not define mindset, where difficulties do not control emotions, where every situation is met with clarity, composure, and unshakable strength. Complaining weakens the mind. It makes problems seem bigger, strengthens a sense of helplessness, and blinds people to their own ability to change their situation. When complaints are removed, something powerful happens. The mind stops focusing on frustration and starts searching for solutions. But sometimes solutions are not immediate. Sometimes no amount of effort can change a situation. Sometimes suffering is unavoidable. And when pain becomes a reality that cannot be escaped, what happens next determines everything. Pain can break a person, or it can transform them. It can leave them bitter, or it can make them stronger. Those who learn to endure, to adapt, to extract meaning from suffering, do not just survive hardship, they evolve because of it. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They did not see pain as something to be feared, but as something to be studied. They treated suffering as a teacher, a force that could shape character, build resilience, and refine the mind. Epictetus, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, was born into slavery. He had no control over his early life, no freedom, no power. He was mistreated, his body permanently injured, his choices taken from him. But instead of seeing himself as a victim, he chose to master the only thing that could never be taken from him, his mind. He did not waste energy on resentment. He did not allow his suffering to define him. He used it to develop a philosophy of strength, one that turned hardship into wisdom and adversity into discipline. Pain is inevitable. No one escapes it. Loss, failure, rejection, injustice, these are all part of life. Some experience more suffering than others, but no one is immune. The difference is in how pain is processed. Most people resist it, try to escape it, seek distractions to numb it. But pain that is ignored does not disappear. It lingers, buried beneath distractions, resurfacing in different forms: anger, anxiety, resentment, self-doubt. Running from suffering only makes it worse. The Stoics knew that to master pain, one must face it directly, study it, understand it. They believed that suffering could be used as a tool, a force that sharpens the mind, strengthens the will, and deepens understanding of life. Hardship strips away illusion. It reveals truth. It exposes weakness. It forces people to confront what they are made of. In comfort, the mind becomes complacent. Assumptions go unchallenged. Beliefs remain untested. But suffering forces clarity. It forces self-reflection. It reveals what truly matters. The Stoics did not see hardship as a curse, but as an opportunity. They believed that difficult moments were the ultimate test of character. Anyone can be calm when life is easy. Anyone can be confident when things go well. But real strength is only proven in adversity. The mind resists pain because it associates it with loss. Losing comfort, losing stability, losing a sense of control. But loss itself is a teacher. It reveals attachment. It shows what has been depended on too heavily. It exposes illusions of permanence. The Stoics practiced voluntary hardship for this reason. They fasted. They slept on the floor. They exposed themselves to discomfort, not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they wanted to train their minds. They wanted to prove to themselves that they could endure, that they did not need as much as they thought, that they could lose and still remain whole. Modern psychology confirms this. Studies on post-traumatic growth show that people who endure great hardship often emerge stronger, more resilient, more focused on what truly matters. Pain forces adaptation. It pushes the mind beyond its limits. It strips away the unnecessary and leaves behind only what is essential. But growth is not automatic. Some become bitter, broken, consumed by anger. The difference lies in perspective. Those who see suffering as unfair, as meaningless, as something to complain about, remain stuck in it. But those who search for meaning, who extract lessons from hardship, who use pain as fuel for transformation, move forward. Pain reveals hidden strength. People are always stronger than they believe, but most never discover this because they have never been tested. They have never been pushed beyond what is comfortable. When hardship comes, the first instinct is to believe it is too much to handle. But survival proves otherwise. People endure more than they think they can. They adapt to conditions they once believed impossible. The mind is flexible. It adjusts. It finds ways to cope. It develops new strategies. What once seemed unbearable becomes normal. And through this process, confidence is built. Not the shallow confidence that comes from external success, but the deep confidence that comes from knowing that no matter what happens, it can be handled. Resilience is not about avoiding pain. It is about meeting it with the right mindset. It is about refusing to let suffering define identity. The strongest people are not those who have never struggled, but those who have faced hardship and refused to be broken by it. They do not waste time asking why they must suffer. They ask how they can use their suffering. They ask what they can learn. They ask how they can become better because of it. This is what separates those who grow from those who remain trapped in their pain. There is a kind of freedom in embracing hardship. When suffering is no longer seen as an enemy, fear disappears. The worst moments in life, the ones that once seemed impossible to survive, lose their power. The mind stops running from discomfort. It stops fearing loss. It becomes grounded, steady, unshaken. This is what the Stoics trained for. They did not seek out suffering, but they prepared for it. They expected it. They met it with calm. They did not see themselves as victims of life's difficulties, but as students of them. Pain also teaches empathy. Those who have suffered understand others who are suffering. They see struggle with clearer eyes. They do not judge as quickly. They do not dismiss the pain of others as weakness. They know what it is to hurt, to feel lost, to doubt. And because of this, they offer wisdom instead of pity, strength instead of empty comfort. They do not need to be told that suffering is real. They have lived it. And because they have lived it, they know it can be endured. Endurance is not just about survival. It is about transformation. Some go through pain and remain unchanged. Others go through pain and come out different, stronger, wiser, more capable of handling whatever comes next. The difference is not in the suffering itself, but in how it is processed. Complaining keeps people stuck. Avoidance keeps people weak. But facing pain directly, using it, learning from it, turns suffering into wisdom. Suffering forces self-reliance. It shows that no one else can do the work of growth. Advice can be given, support can be offered, but in the end, the battle is internal. No one else can build resilience for another person. No one else can change a mindset. No one else can decide to rise above hardship. That choice belongs to the individual alone. And once it is made, once suffering is faced with the right mindset, it loses its power to control. The Stoics did not believe in feeling sorry for themselves. They did not believe in dwelling on misfortune. They believed in adapting, in taking control where control existed, in letting go where it did not. They knew that hardship was inevitable, but suffering was optional. They understood that life would bring pain, but that pain could be used as a tool. They trained themselves to see difficulty not as a curse, but as an opportunity. And because of this, they developed a level of inner strength that few people ever achieve. Turning pain into wisdom is the ultimate form of growth. It is the process of taking what was meant to break a person and using it to build something stronger. It is the ability to go through hardship and come out better, not in spite of suffering, but because of it. Those who master this principle are untouchable. No setback can destroy them. No loss can reduce them. No challenge can shake them. They are not free from pain, but they are free from being controlled by it. This is the highest lesson of suffering. It is not something to be feared. It is not something to be avoided. It is something to be understood, studied, and used. Pain does not define a person. How they respond to it does. Those who embrace this truth, who learn to transform suffering into strength, who refuse to be broken, become something rare, unshakable, unafraid, and wiser than those who have never been tested. Pain is the ultimate teacher. It strips away illusion, tests resilience, and forces growth. Those who embrace suffering as part of life rather than resisting it gain a level of wisdom that cannot be taught in comfort. But wisdom alone is not enough. Strength is not just built in reaction to hardship, it is also developed in preparation for it. Most people fear what they do not expect. They are caught off guard by loss, by failure, by betrayal, by sudden misfortune. And when the unexpected arrives, they break, not because they are weak, but because they never prepared their minds for the inevitable. The Stoics knew that suffering is not a possibility, but a certainty. They did not wait for misfortune to strike before learning how to endure it. They trained themselves in advance, hardening their minds long before hardship arrived. This practice, known as premeditatio malorum, is the art of mentally preparing for worst-case scenarios. It is the process of visualizing difficulties before they happen, rehearsing responses, training the mind to remain steady in the face of disaster. Most people avoid thinking about the worst. They convince themselves that if they do not acknowledge misfortune, it will not come. But ignoring potential hardship does not prevent it. It only makes it more destructive when it arrives. The Stoics believed in facing reality head-on. They knew that everything can be lost. Health can decline. Wealth can vanish. Loved ones can be taken away. Reputation can be destroyed. By thinking through these losses in advance, by fully experiencing them in the mind before they happen, they removed the power of shock. When loss eventually came, they were ready. Fear is born from uncertainty. The unknown is terrifying because the mind has no reference point, no blueprint for how to respond. But when worst-case scenarios have already been explored in thought, they lose their edge. The mind is no longer paralyzed by fear. It does not fall into panic. It follows the path it has already walked in preparation. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They would visualize losing everything: poverty, exile, betrayal, sickness, even death. Not as a morbid exercise, but as a way to train their minds to remain calm under any circumstances. Psychology confirms the power of mental rehearsal. Studies show that athletes, soldiers, and high performers who visualize challenges before they occur perform better under pressure. The brain, when exposed to imagined scenarios, does not fully distinguish between thought and reality. It learns. It adapts. It builds resilience before the event even takes place. This is why the Stoics trained their minds through worst-case visualization. They did not wait for suffering to test them. They tested themselves first. Most people resist this idea because they believe thinking about misfortune will bring it into existence. They avoid thoughts of illness, of financial ruin, of personal failure, believing that ignoring these possibilities will protect them. But avoidance is not protection. Reality does not care whether it is ignored. And when hardship arrives, those who never considered it are left defenseless. They crumble, unable to process the weight of what is happening. But those who have practiced premeditatio malorum do not collapse. They recognize the situation. They understand its nature. They know they have already been here before, in thought, in preparation. There is freedom in this mindset, Those who are mentally prepared for loss do not live in fear of it. They do not cling to what they have as if it will last forever. They appreciate it fully, knowing it is temporary. They enjoy relationships without dependency, wealth without attachment, status without arrogance. They are never caught off guard because they have already considered every possibility. They are not surprised by betrayal, by injustice, by hardship. They have rehearsed these outcomes, processed them, accepted them. This makes them immune to the shock that destroys others. Loss is one of the greatest sources of suffering. People suffer not just from what they lose, but from the belief that they were never supposed to lose it. They tell themselves that life should have been different, that certain things should have lasted forever, that misfortune is unfair. But nothing is permanent. Everything changes. Everything is vulnerable to loss. When this reality is deeply understood, suffering decreases. The Stoics did not grieve their expectations because they never allowed themselves to believe that life was predictable. They trained their minds to be flexible, to accept every outcome, to remain steady in any storm. Preparation is not pessimism. It is not dwelling on negativity. It is strengthening the mind to handle reality as it is, not as one wishes it to be. There is no weakness in facing hardship before it arrives. There is only wisdom. The military does not train for battle after war has begun. Athletes do not prepare after the game has started. Those who wait until they are suffering to develop resilience are already too late. The mind must be trained before it is tested. The body must be conditioned before it is pushed to its limits. The Stoics treated life the same way. One of the most powerful aspects of premeditatio malorum is how it changes perspective. When people experience hardship for the first time, they see it as the worst thing that has ever happened. They fall into despair, believing they have lost everything. But those who have already considered misfortune see it differently. They do not see disaster. They see an event. They do not see loss. They see change. They do not see suffering. They see an opportunity to prove their strength. The difference is not in what happens, but in how the mind interprets it. This practice also creates gratitude. When people consider losing what they have, they appreciate it more. When they think about losing their health, they take care of their bodies. When they reflect on the possibility of losing loved ones, they cherish time with them. When they acknowledge the fragility of life, they stop wasting it. Most people only realize the value of what they have after it is gone. But premeditatio malorum allows value to be seen while it still exists. It turns everyday moments into something meaningful. It removes complacency. It eliminates entitlement. There is also a tactical advantage in mental preparation. When people visualize worst-case scenarios, they do not just prepare emotionally, they prepare practically. They identify weak points in their lives, areas that could be strengthened. If financial ruin is considered, better financial decisions follow. If potential failure is acknowledged, better strategies are developed. If personal loss is reflected on, stronger emotional stability is built. Those who ignore risks are blindsided by them. Those who prepare, even if misfortune never comes, benefit from the discipline, awareness, and strength that preparation brings. Fear controls those who are unprepared. Fear dictates their decisions, their emotions, their peace of mind. Fear makes them avoid risk, hesitate in action, live cautiously rather than fully. But those who train their minds to accept and prepare for hardship are no longer controlled by fear. They do not hesitate to take action. They do not live in paranoia. They do not avoid challenges because they know they can handle whatever follows. They are free, not because they avoid suffering, but because they have already made peace with it. Strength is not built in easy times. It is built in preparation for difficulty. Those who wait for hardship before developing resilience suffer unnecessarily. Those who expect misfortune, who prepare for it, who rehearse it in thought, do not break when it arrives. They stand firm. They adapt. They act with clarity rather than panic. This is why the Stoics trained themselves not just in philosophy, but in discipline. They did not wait for life to test them. They tested themselves first. The greatest power a person can have is the ability to remain unshaken, not because they are immune to hardship, but because they are ready for it. They do not suffer from the shock of the unexpected. They do not waste time resisting reality. They do not lose themselves in fear. They meet every moment with calm, with strength, with the unbreakable certainty that no matter what happens, they will endure. Premeditatio malorum is not just a practice. It is a way of living. It is the difference between those who crumble under pressure and those who rise above it. It is the difference between those who live in fear of what may happen and those who walk through life with steady, unshakable minds. Those who master this principle gain something most people never find: freedom from fear itself. Preparing for hardship removes fear. It allows the mind to face uncertainty without being overwhelmed by it. Those who expect misfortune, who train themselves mentally to withstand loss, failure, and struggle, do not break when challenges arrive. But preparation alone is not enough. Survival is not the goal. The goal is transformation. The strongest minds do not just endure adversity, they grow stronger because of it. They take hardship and turn it into power. They do not just resist damage, they become better from it. This is what it means to be anti-fragile, to gain strength, wisdom, and resilience, not in spite of challenges, but because of them. Most people think of resilience as the ability to withstand pressure, to take hardship without breaking. But there is a deeper level of strength, one that goes beyond mere endurance. A fragile mind crumbles under stress. A resilient mind withstands it. But an anti-fragile mind grows because of it. The difference is in how hardship is processed. Some people face struggles and come out weaker, bitter, or broken. Others emerge sharper, more disciplined, and more capable than before. It is not the difficulty itself that determines the outcome. It is the response. The Stoics understood that hardship is not something to merely survive. It is a tool, a force that can be used for self-mastery. Seneca wrote that difficulties strengthen the mind just as labor strengthens the body. He saw struggle not as an obstacle, but as an essential part of growth. Without adversity, there is no progress. Without pressure, there is no transformation. Muscles only grow when they are challenged. The mind operates the same way. It must be pushed beyond its limits, forced to adapt, exposed to discomfort. This is the process through which strength is built. The reason most people remain weak is because they resist discomfort. They seek stability, ease, and predictability. They avoid difficulty whenever possible. But avoiding hardship does not prevent suffering. It only ensures that when suffering arrives, they will be unprepared for it. Strength is not built in comfort. It is built in struggle. Those who understand this do not run from difficulty. They welcome it as an opportunity. They see hardship as fuel, as something that will sharpen their mind, refine their character, and prepare them for whatever comes next. Challenges reveal weaknesses. They expose areas of the mind that need improvement. People do not know how impatient they are until they are forced to wait. They do not know how undisciplined they are until they face real demands. They do not know how emotionally reactive they are until they are tested. Every hardship is a mirror, reflecting the truth about a person's inner state. Those who are wise do not complain about this. They use it. They see struggle as feedback, as an opportunity to strengthen whatever is lacking. The concept of anti-fragility is rooted in adaptation. When something fragile is put under stress, it breaks. When something resilient is put under stress, it holds its form. But when something anti-fragile is put under stress, it becomes stronger. The immune system follows this principle. Exposure to viruses strengthens it. Physical training follows this principle. Muscles grow from resistance. The mind is no different. The more it is exposed to challenge, the stronger it becomes. The key is in how hardship is approached. If it is seen as something negative, something unfair, something to escape, it will cause suffering. But if it is seen as a tool, as an opportunity, it will produce growth. Most people misunderstand suffering. They believe it is something to be avoided at all costs. But suffering is information. It shows where limits are. It reveals what still needs to be developed. It teaches patience, discipline, endurance. It strips away illusion. Those who refuse to face hardship never learn their own capabilities. They live cautiously, never testing their strength, never discovering what they are capable of. They seek comfort instead of mastery. But those who embrace suffering as a necessary part of growth become unshakable. They are not afraid of pressure. They do not collapse under stress. They know that every challenge is refining them, making them more capable, more prepared, more indestructible. The Stoics trained for hardship deliberately. They did not wait for difficulty to come to them. They sought it out. They practiced voluntary discomfort, fasting, sleeping on the ground, exposing themselves to the loss of luxury. Not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they knew that by making themselves uncomfortable on purpose, they would develop a mind that could handle anything. They understood that the real enemy was not hardship itself, but the fear of hardship. When fear is removed, strength is unlocked. There is a reason why those who go through the greatest struggles often develop the deepest wisdom. Hardship forces introspection. It forces adaptation. It demands a new way of thinking. No one grows when life is easy. No one becomes strong in the absence of challenge. Strength comes from experience, from surviving what seemed unbearable, from looking back at difficulties that once seemed impossible and realizing they were overcome. This builds confidence, not the superficial kind that comes from praise or success, but the unshakable certainty that no matter what happens, survival is always possible. Mental toughness is built the same way physical strength is. If the weight is never increased, the muscles never grow. If challenges are never faced, the mind remains weak. Every time hardship is endured, a new level of resilience is developed. Every time a difficult situation is handled with composure, a new layer of confidence is added. Every time an obstacle is overcome, the mind becomes more equipped to handle the next one. This is why the strongest people are not those who have avoided suffering, but those who have faced it repeatedly and refused to be broken. Many people wish for an easier life, a life without struggle, without uncertainty, without discomfort. But an easy life is not a fulfilling life. The mind thrives on challenge. It was designed to overcome. It finds purpose in the struggle. Without hardship, there is no deep sense of achievement. Without obstacles, there is no real sense of victory. A person who has never faced difficulty has never tested their full potential. They do not know their limits because they have never gone beyond them. Growth is not something that happens automatically. It is a choice. Some people go through suffering and become weaker. They develop fear, bitterness, avoidance. Others go through suffering and become stronger. They develop wisdom, discipline, adaptability. The difference is in mindset. Those who resist hardship suffer the most. Those who embrace it gain the most. Fear disappears when hardship is no longer seen as a threat, but as a tool. The mind stops seeing difficulties as something to escape and starts seeing them as something to learn from. Every painful experience becomes a source of strength. Every setback becomes a lesson. Every failure becomes proof that endurance is possible. The goal is not just to survive, but to thrive. Not just to hold on, but to emerge from every difficulty sharper, stronger, and more prepared for the next challenge. Anti-fragility is more than resilience. It is the ability to grow stronger under pressure, to become more powerful in response to stress. It is the ability to take whatever life brings and turn it into an advantage. Those who master this principle are not afraid of hardship. They do not seek comfort. They seek challenge. They welcome discomfort. They know that the strongest minds are forged in fire, that the deepest wisdom is earned through struggle, that the most unshakable confidence is built through overcoming what once seemed impossible. The greatest transformation comes from the greatest adversity. Strength is not something given, it is something built. And it is built through hardship, through pain, through the repeated choice to face difficulty with courage instead of fear. The mind is either broken by challenge or strengthened by it. The choice is always there, to remain fragile, to be merely resilient, or to become truly anti-fragile, where no hardship weakens, but every hardship builds something stronger than before. Strength is not just about surviving hardship. It is about transforming challenges into fuel, using adversity to build something unbreakable. Those who develop an anti-fragile mindset do not just endure, they grow stronger with every test. But there is another kind of resilience, one that is just as important. The ability to face hardship is not limited to physical struggles, financial setbacks, or personal loss. One of the greatest tests of strength comes not from external conditions, but from words, from insults, from criticism, from the judgment of others. Most people crumble under the weight of opinion. They feel attacked when criticized, embarrassed when mocked, offended when challenged. They take words personally, allowing them to affect their emotions, their decisions, even their self-worth. But the Stoics understood something crucial. An insult has no power unless it is accepted. Words are nothing more than sounds, vibrations in the air. They have no meaning until the mind assigns them one. A person can be insulted 1,000 times and remain unaffected if they refuse to internalize it. But a single criticism can ruin someone's day if they allow it to. The difference is not in the insult, but in the response. Those who react emotionally give power to others. Those who remain indifferent take control for themselves. The mind's first instinct is to defend itself. When insulted, the ego rises in protest. It wants to argue, to prove its worth, to retaliate. But this reaction is a sign of weakness, not strength. It means the insult has been taken seriously. It means validation is still being sought from others. The moment an insult triggers an emotional response, control is lost. The insulter has succeeded. They have dictated the emotional state of their target. But when no reaction is given, when an insult is met with silence or indifference, the power disappears. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the best revenge is not to be like the one who wrongs you. Responding with anger means becoming the very thing that was resented. Losing composure means being controlled by the insult rather than controlling the reaction. The Stoics practiced restraint, not out of passivity, but out of mastery. They understood that reacting to an insult is like being pulled by a leash. The person insulting is holding the rope, and every emotional response is a step in the direction they want. But by refusing to react, the leash is dropped. Criticism is another test of resilience. Unlike insults, which are meant to harm, criticism often carries truth. But most people do not know how to separate useful feedback from unnecessary judgment. They see every critique as an attack, every disagreement as a personal rejection. This is why so many remain stuck in their ways, never improving, never learning. The Stoics approached criticism with logic, not emotion. If a statement was true, it was an opportunity to correct a flaw. If it was false, it was irrelevant. Either way, there was no reason to be offended. Seneca advised that a wise person should welcome criticism, not fear it. To reject all critique is to reject growth. To resist feedback is to remain blind to one's own weaknesses. But to accept criticism wisely means using it as a tool, filtering out what is useful and discarding what is not. This requires humility. The ego resists correction. It does not want to be told it is wrong. But ego is the enemy of wisdom. The moment someone believes they are beyond critique, they have stopped growing. There is a kind of freedom in being immune to insults and criticism. When words no longer have control, there is no fear of judgment. There is no hesitation in action. There is no need to seek approval. Confidence is no longer dependent on what others say. It comes from within. Those who develop this inner strength move through life unaffected by the opinions of others. They do not change themselves to fit expectations. They do not waste energy on defending their worth. They know who they are, and that is enough. One of the greatest weaknesses people have is the need to be liked. It makes them vulnerable to manipulation. It makes them easy to offend. It makes them change themselves in order to avoid criticism. But those who seek approval are never truly free. Their peace is fragile, dependent on external validation rather than internal stability. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They understood that no one can control what others think. No matter how perfect a person is, someone will always disapprove. Trying to please everyone is a losing battle. Epictetus taught that people are not disturbed by things, but by their interpretation of those things. This applies to insults and criticism as well. No words have the power to harm unless they are given meaning. Someone can insult a person's intelligence, but if that person knows their own worth, the insult means nothing. Someone can criticize a decision, but if the decision was made with wisdom, the criticism is irrelevant. The key is to remain steady, never allowing external words to shape internal peace. Many people feel the need to respond to every insult, to defend themselves against every criticism. But this is wasted effort. Arguing with those who insult is like fighting the wind. It achieves nothing. Those who insult often seek reaction, not truth. They want control, not discussion. Ignoring them is not weakness. It is wisdom. Silence is a weapon, one that disarms those who seek to provoke. No reaction leaves them powerless. Criticism that carries truth should be examined, not resisted. A person who refuses to accept any critique is a person who remains blind to their own flaws. Growth requires the ability to listen without defensiveness, to take what is useful and discard the rest. It is not about agreeing with every critic, but about recognizing when improvement is possible. The Stoics did not see correction as an insult, but as an opportunity. To be offended by truth is to choose ignorance over wisdom. The mind must be trained to detach from words. Just as physical training strengthens the body, mental training strengthens emotional stability. Exposure to criticism without reacting, hearing insults without responding, practicing self-restraint in the face of provocation. These are exercises in control. Over time, emotional reactions fade. Insults lose their sting. Criticism stops feeling personal. The mind becomes indifferent, no longer disturbed by the noise of others. There is no freedom in being ruled by the opinions of others. Those who are easily offended are controlled by everyone around them. Their peace is at the mercy of every comment, every insult, every judgment. But those who master emotional indifference are untouchable. They do not need approval. They do not fear criticism. They do not waste time on meaningless conflicts. They focus on what matters, on action, on growth, on wisdom. Most people seek control over others, over circumstances, over external events. But real power is control over the self. To remain calm when insulted, to stay composed when criticized, to respond with logic rather than emotion. This is true strength. Those who have mastered this cannot be manipulated. They cannot be provoked. They cannot be shaken. They move through the world with steady confidence, knowing that no words can define them. The greatest weapon against insults and criticism is not anger, not retaliation, not defense. It is indifference. It is knowing that words only have meaning if they are given meaning. It is understanding that opinions are fleeting, judgments are temporary, and self-worth does not come from others. Those who embrace this principle become unshakable. They are no longer controlled by the noise of the world. They are free. Emotional freedom is power. When words no longer control reactions, when insults and criticism lose their ability to disturb, a person gains a kind of strength that few ever achieve. But external opinions are not the only things that weigh on the mind. Many remain trapped by something even more insidious: emotional attachments. These attachments are not always obvious. They exist in relationships, in memories, in desires, in habits that feel comfortable but silently drain energy. They form unseen chains that hold people back, making them dependent on things outside of their control. Breaking free from these chains requires something deeper than discipline. It requires clarity. The Stoics understood that suffering often comes not from what happens, but from what the mind refuses to let go of. People attach themselves to others, to past experiences, to certain outcomes, believing that these attachments bring security. But the very things they cling to often become the sources of their greatest pain. A relationship that once brought joy now feels like a burden. A dream that once inspired now feels like a trap. A past failure still lingers, shaping present fears. The problem is not the thing itself, but the mind's unwillingness to release it. Stoic meditation is the practice of stripping away illusion, of seeing things as they truly are rather than as the mind wants them to be. It is a process of questioning, of examining emotions with ruthless honesty. When an attachment causes suffering, it is not enough to ignore it or suppress it. The root must be exposed. Why does this person, this idea, this situation hold so much power? What belief keeps it alive? What fear makes it difficult to let go? Most attachments are built on illusion. People stay in relationships that no longer serve them because they fear loneliness. They hold on to resentment because they believe it gives them justice. They cling to expectations because they are afraid of uncertainty. But when these emotions are examined with reason, their power weakens. Loneliness is not caused by the absence of others, but by the absence of self-sufficiency. Resentment does not bring justice. It only prolongs suffering. Expectations do not create security. They create disappointment. The moment these truths become clear, attachment loses its grip. Dependency is another form of attachment. Some believe they need a specific person, a specific outcome, a specific comfort to be happy. They tie their well-being to something external, giving away control of their emotions. But happiness that depends on outside forces is fragile. The Stoics taught that true contentment must come from within. A mind that relies on external validation, on constant reassurance, on someone else's presence, is a mind that will always be vulnerable. The goal is not to avoid love or ambition, but to develop an internal state that remains whole regardless of what happens. Meditation in the Stoic sense is not about clearing the mind or seeking tranquility. It is about dissecting emotions, challenging beliefs, exposing weaknesses. It is about looking at a fear, an attachment, a dependency, and asking, what if this were gone? Would life end? Would happiness become impossible? Or is it only the mind's resistance to change that makes it seem unbearable? The brain clings to familiarity because it confuses it with safety. But growth is impossible without change, and change is impossible without letting go. There is nothing wrong with love, with ambition, with connection. But when these things become a necessity rather than a choice, they create chains. When people believe they cannot function without someone, when they cannot accept an outcome different from the one they imagined, when they tie their identity to something external, they lose their own power. They make themselves slaves to circumstances. The Stoics sought to break these illusions by constantly reflecting on impermanence. Everything changes. People leave, plans fail, comforts disappear. But none of these losses define a person unless they are allowed to. Seneca advised practicing loss in the mind before it happens, reflecting on what it would be like to live without certain relationships, without certain privileges, without certain comforts. Not as a way to create suffering, but as a way to prove that survival is possible. Those who have prepared their minds for loss are never destroyed by it. Those who accept that nothing is guaranteed appreciate what they have without fear. The ability to love fully without attachment, to enjoy success without dependency, to experience connection without ownership, this is true freedom. Toxic relationships thrive on dependency. One person feels they need the other to be complete, to be validated, to be worthy. But no external relationship can create internal wholeness. When two people are bound by mutual need rather than mutual respect, the connection is not love, but fear of loss. The Stoics believed that relationships should be based on virtue, on shared principles, on a connection that exists out of choice, not desperation. When a relationship becomes a source of constant stress, of obligation rather than joy, of control rather than trust, it is no longer a relationship. It is a form of imprisonment. Breaking free from emotional attachments does not mean becoming cold or indifferent. It means removing the false belief that happiness depends on anything outside of oneself. It means seeing things as they are, appreciating them without clinging to them, moving forward without resistance. It means refusing to be held hostage by memories, by expectations, by fears of the unknown. The mind is only trapped by what it refuses to question. The moment an attachment is examined and understood, its power begins to fade. Attachment to the past is another silent chain. Many live in regret, in guilt, in nostalgia, in stories of what should have been. But the past does not exist except as a memory. It cannot be changed. It cannot be relived. To be attached to it is to suffer over something that is already gone. The Stoics meditated on the present moment, training themselves to focus only on what could be acted upon. They did not dwell on old wounds. They did not hold on to pain that no longer served them. They faced forward, always choosing to use the present rather than mourn the past. Fear of the future is another form of attachment. People hold on to expectations because they fear what will happen if things do not go their way. They seek control, trying to predict outcomes, trying to ensure certainty. But control is an illusion. The future is unpredictable, and anxiety does nothing but drain energy. The Stoics trained themselves to release this need for certainty. They focused on preparation, on adaptability, on mental flexibility. They let go of expectations so that they could meet whatever happened with clarity instead of fear. Material possessions are often mistaken for security. Many believe that having more will make them safer, that success will make them respected, that wealth will remove all suffering. But dependence on material things is no different from dependence on people or emotions. It creates fragility. The Stoics lived simply, not because they rejected comfort, but because they refused to need it. They practiced detachment from luxury so that they would never be broken by its loss. A person who can live with little can never be controlled by material fears. Letting go does not mean detaching from life. It means engaging fully without being controlled by what is temporary. It means loving without fear, pursuing goals without desperation, enjoying the present without clinging to it. Those who master this mindset do not fear change. They do not hesitate in uncertainty. They do not suffer over what cannot be controlled. They move through life with a lightness, an ease, a confidence that comes not from what they have, but from what they have released. Meditation is not escape. It is confrontation. It is the willingness to look at the mind's attachments and dismantle them piece by piece. It is the discipline to ask the hard questions. What am I afraid to lose, and why? What do I believe I need, and is it really true? What suffering am I creating by refusing to let go? Those who face these questions honestly begin to see how much of their pain is self-created. There is no peace in clinging, no freedom in dependency, no strength in needing anything outside of oneself to feel complete. The Stoic approach is not to abandon love, success, or connection, but to remove the illusion that these things define happiness. Once that illusion is broken, everything is lighter. Nothing owns the mind anymore. Nothing holds it back. Every relationship is stronger because it is chosen, not needed. Every success is appreciated because it is not required for self-worth. Every moment is lived fully because there is no fear of its passing. This is the highest form of mental freedom, to walk through life unattached, unburdened, unafraid, to care deeply but never desperately, to love fully but never possessively, to live with purpose but never with anxiety, to hold everything but cling to nothing. Those who achieve this level of clarity are truly free. Letting go of attachment is not just about freeing the mind from unhealthy dependencies. It is about taking full ownership of one's own actions, emotions, and decisions. When external things no longer dictate inner peace, something shifts. Responsibility returns to where it has always belonged, within. But freedom without discipline leads to chaos. A mind unburdened by attachment still requires guidance, structure, and control over itself. Otherwise, it will be pulled in every direction by desires, impulses, and distractions. To be truly free is not to do whatever one feels like in the moment, but to have the strength to act according to reason rather than impulse. Self-discipline is the foundation of Stoicism. It is not a restriction, but a tool for liberation. Those who master it are no longer controlled by their urges, their cravings, or their passing emotions. They do not need external rules to keep them in check because they have built an internal mechanism, a governor of the mind, that regulates behavior without force. This governor is not something imposed from the outside. It is cultivated, strengthened, and refined through daily practice. Most people fail at self-discipline because they rely on motivation, on willpower that fluctuates, on temporary bursts of effort. But true discipline does not depend on feeling inspired. It does not require external reminders. It functions automatically, like an internal compass that always points in the right direction. The Stoics did not believe in waiting for the right mood to take action. They believed in doing what must be done, regardless of how they felt in the moment. The mind is full of conflicting desires. It wants comfort, but it also wants growth. It craves pleasure, but it also seeks meaning. It avoids difficulty, yet it longs for accomplishment. These contradictions are why self-discipline is difficult, because without control, the mind is divided against itself. One moment it decides to act, the next it looks for excuses. This is why an internal governor must be developed, something stronger than fleeting emotion, something that ensures consistency rather than short bursts of effort. One of the most effective ways to cultivate this internal control is to reduce reliance on external forces. Many people structure their discipline around external rewards and punishments. They need deadlines to stay productive, social pressure to stay accountable, strict schedules to force consistency. But these forms of discipline are fragile because they depend on outside factors. The Stoics trained themselves to develop discipline from within, so that their actions were not dictated by outside pressures, but by their own standards. Building an internal governor starts with restructuring the mind's relationship with desire. The average person is controlled by cravings: food, entertainment, pleasure, validation, ease. They seek gratification without questioning whether it truly benefits them. The Stoics approached desire differently. They did not suppress it, but they examined it. They asked, does this serve my higher self, or is it simply a distraction? Does this action move me forward, or does it weaken me? When desire is left unchecked, it takes control. When it is analyzed and filtered, only what is necessary remains. Discipline also requires understanding the cost of indulgence. Every moment spent in distraction, in meaningless comfort, in giving in to impulse, is time stolen from something greater. The Stoics understood that pleasure is not evil, but dependence on pleasure is weakness. They trained themselves to see indulgence not as a reward, but as a potential trap. What feels good in the moment often leads to regret later. What is difficult now often leads to long-term growth. By keeping this awareness present, self-discipline becomes easier, not through force, but through wisdom. Another key element is reducing unnecessary choices. Every decision requires energy, and when the mind is overloaded with trivial choices, it becomes fatigued. This is why many great thinkers simplified their lives, wearing the same clothes daily, following routines, eliminating distractions. The Stoics did the same. They did not waste mental energy deciding whether to act with discipline or not. They simply followed their principles. This removes hesitation. There is no debate, no battle of willpower, no question of whether to act. Action becomes automatic. A strong internal governor also means developing control over emotion. Many decisions are made impulsively, driven by momentary feelings rather than reason. Anger, frustration, boredom, and impatience often lead to poor choices. The Stoics trained themselves to pause before reacting, to create space between impulse and action. By observing emotions rather than being controlled by them, they maintained clarity. This practice allows a person to act deliberately rather than reactively. The environment plays a crucial role in maintaining self-discipline. The strongest minds still recognize that the surroundings shape behavior. A person who is constantly surrounded by distractions, temptations, and people who encourage weakness will struggle. But those who deliberately design their environment, limiting distractions, surrounding themselves with disciplined individuals, structuring their days around purpose rather than randomness, create conditions for success. The internal governor thrives when external noise is reduced. Another aspect of Stoic discipline is delaying gratification. The ability to wait, to resist immediate pleasure for something greater, is one of the most powerful forms of control. The modern world encourages immediate satisfaction, making patience rare. But those who master patience, who understand that short-term pleasure is often an obstacle to long-term fulfillment, develop an unshakable discipline. Every time gratification is delayed, the internal governor is strengthened. Every time an impulse is resisted, self-control is reinforced. A disciplined mind is also one that embraces discomfort. Most people avoid difficulty, assuming that ease is the goal of life. But difficulty is what sharpens the will. The Stoics sought out hardship, fasting, physical strain, voluntary discomfort, not out of self-punishment, but to build resilience. They understood that a mind accustomed to difficulty does not collapse under pressure. By regularly practicing discipline in small ways, waking up early, pushing through fatigue, restraining unnecessary speech, they built an internal strength that carried into every aspect of life. The concept of ownership over time is another critical aspect of self-discipline. Many waste hours without realizing their value, filling time with distractions rather than purpose. The Stoics viewed time as their most valuable resource. Every moment spent without intention was seen as a loss. They structured their days around what mattered, cutting away the unnecessary, eliminating wasted effort. Those who understand the value of time do not allow it to be stolen by impulses, by laziness, by meaningless distractions. A disciplined life is not one of restriction, but of mastery. It is the ability to control rather than be controlled, to choose action rather than be dragged by impulse. It is freedom from dependence on fleeting motivation, from the need for external discipline, from the pull of every passing desire. The internal governor ensures that action is taken regardless of mood. It eliminates hesitation, removes unnecessary struggle, and allows for effortless execution of what must be done. Building this internal system requires patience. It is not developed overnight. Every small act of self-discipline strengthens it. Every time a desire is examined rather than obeyed, every time an impulse is resisted, every time action is taken without excuse, the mind becomes stronger. Over time, what was once difficult becomes natural. The disciplined person no longer needs to force themselves to do what is right. They do it because it is who they are. The greatest power is self-mastery. It is the ability to direct the mind with precision, to act without hesitation, to pursue goals without distraction. Those who develop an internal governor no longer waste energy on self-control because control becomes instinctive. They are not ruled by cravings. They do not rely on motivation. They do not collapse under momentary desires. They have trained themselves to move through life with clarity, purpose, and absolute control over their actions. This is what true discipline looks like. Not the struggle of forcing oneself to act, but the effortless ability to move forward without resistance. A person who has mastered this will not be swayed by emotions, will not be pulled by distractions, will not lose themselves in impulse. Their actions are not dictated by how they feel, but by who they have chosen to become. This is the highest level of freedom, the kind that comes not from indulging every desire, but from rising above them. Discipline is the foundation of freedom. When the mind is trained to act without hesitation, when desires no longer dictate choices, when distractions lose their pull, every action becomes deliberate. But discipline alone is not enough. Without awareness, even the most controlled life can become mechanical, each day blending into the next, time slipping away unnoticed. Mastery over the self must be paired with mastery over the moment. Every action must be infused with presence, every decision made with the understanding that this moment will never come again. The Stoics believed that urgency was the key to living fully. Not urgency in the form of anxiety or rushing, but a deep awareness that every experience, every conversation, every ordinary moment could be the last. This was not a morbid thought, but a reminder to bring attention to the present, to treat even the smallest things with significance. Most people move through life as if time is infinite. They assume there will always be another morning, another meal, another chance to say what was left unsaid. But time is slipping away. There is no certainty of another day, another hour, another opportunity. The last time exercise is a Stoic practice designed to break the illusion of endless time. It is the act of viewing every experience as if it were happening for the final time. Drinking water, stepping outside, seeing a loved one, hearing a familiar song. All of these are taken for granted until they are gone. But when the mind pauses and considers that this moment may never repeat, everything changes. Ordinary actions gain weight, conversations become more meaningful, gratitude deepens. Many people drift through their days, numbed by repetition. They do things without thinking, assuming there will always be another chance to do them again. But those who embrace this exercise do not let moments slip by unnoticed. They eat as if it were their last meal, not in indulgence, but in appreciation. They speak to loved ones as if it were the final conversation, not in fear, but in sincerity. They walk as if it were the last time their feet would touch the ground, not in sorrow, but in awareness. There is a sharpness to life when seen through this lens. The mind stops postponing what matters. It stops tolerating what drains energy. It stops living passively, waiting for the perfect time to act. This is why urgency is so powerful. Not the urgency of stress, but the urgency of presence. The understanding that every action is a choice, every word is an imprint, every experience is either fully lived or wasted. The Stoics meditated on death not to invite despair, but to awaken clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote that people should act as if each day were their last, not in recklessness, but in purpose. Knowing that an opportunity may never come again forces a decision. Will this moment be ignored, or will it be lived fully? Will this interaction be brushed aside, or will it be treated with meaning? The more this thought is practiced, the more life is sharpened. Most regret comes not from what was done, but from what was left undone. The words never spoken, the love never expressed, the risks never taken. This practice eliminates regret before it can form. When each moment is treated as a final opportunity, there is nothing left unsaid, no emotion left unexpressed, no experience wasted in distraction. Life often feels like a series of tomorrows. There is always another day to make a change, another day to say what matters, another day to fix what is broken. But one day, there is no tomorrow. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not delay what was important. They did not wait for the perfect conditions to act. They understood that procrastination is an illusion, that later is not promised. Those who live with this awareness do not waste time on things that do not matter. They do not get trapped in trivial conflicts, in petty frustrations, in meaningless distractions. They direct their energy only toward what deserves it. Every hour becomes a decision. What is worth time? What is not? When time is seen as something that cannot be reclaimed, priorities become clear. Most people sleepwalk through their routines, assuming that common experiences will always be there. But there will be a last time for everything. A last time feeling the warmth of the sun. A last time laughing with a friend. A last time hearing a favorite song. No one knows when these moments will come. But by treating every experience as if it were the last, there is no need to fear their passing. Nothing is taken for granted. Nothing is left undone. There is a paradox in this way of thinking. At first, it seems like a burden, a heavy realization that time is running out. But in practice, it creates a deep sense of peace. When moments are truly lived, there is no anxiety about their loss. There is no need to cling to the past, no fear of the future, because everything was given full attention when it happened. The practice of viewing life this way removes hesitation. It eliminates avoidance. It makes people bold. If today were the last day to take action, there would be no room for doubt, no room for procrastination, no room for playing small. The mind no longer finds excuses. It stops worrying about what others think. It stops fearing failure. It stops postponing growth. Urgency sharpens focus. The distractions that once seemed important fade. The arguments that once seemed worth engaging in lose meaning. The things that truly matter come into focus. Deep connections, meaningful work, self-mastery. Everything else is noise. When life is lived with this awareness, time slows down. Each second is fully experienced. Each conversation is heard with intention. Each action is taken with care. The Stoics understood that death is not the enemy. The true enemy is wasting time, moving through life without presence, delaying what is important, allowing fear and hesitation to steal opportunities. The last time exercise is a weapon against this. It forces the mind to wake up. It cuts through the fog of routine. It removes the illusion that life is endless. People often wait for a major event, a loss, a near-death experience, a crisis, to remind them of time's value. But why wait for suffering to bring clarity? Why not create that clarity now? Why not choose to see life with urgency before it forces itself upon you? Those who practice this daily do not need reminders. They live with purpose by choice, not by accident. There is no need for extraordinary experiences to feel the weight of a moment. The ordinary becomes extraordinary when seen as fleeting. Drinking a glass of water, feeling the breeze, watching the sky, each of these holds meaning when viewed with awareness. The mundane disappears. Life becomes rich simply by being noticed. This practice also removes regret from relationships. Words are no longer left unsaid. Appreciation is no longer assumed. Those who understand that each interaction may be the last treat others differently. They speak with kindness, not because they fear loss, but because they understand that nothing is guaranteed. There is no need to fear the end when everything is fully lived. The goal is not to cling to every moment, but to make each one matter. To live so completely that there is nothing to mourn, nothing to fix, nothing to regret. To let go without sorrow, because everything that could have been done was done. Living with this awareness does not mean rushing through life. It means slowing down, It means experiencing everything deeply, with full presence. It means removing anything that does not serve a purpose. It means choosing to act with courage rather than hesitation, purpose rather than distraction, love rather than indifference. This is the power of the last time exercise. It strips away everything unnecessary. It forces truth. It brings urgency to what matters. It removes doubt, fear, and avoidance. Those who practice it do not wait for a better time to start. They live now, they speak now, they act now, because they know that later is never promised. There is no later, no perfect moment, no ideal conditions. The last time exercise exposes this illusion, forcing action, eliminating hesitation. When every experience is seen as final, there is no space for waiting, no room for excuses. But even with this awareness, laziness still lingers and procrastination still creeps in. The mind, despite knowing what must be done, resists action. It searches for comfort, seeks delay, invents distractions. This is the battle between desire and discipline, between knowing and doing. The Stoics understood that hesitation is the thief of time, that postponement is an enemy disguised as logic. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that life is short, that duty is clear, that action must not be delayed. He wrote that waking up in the morning should not be a struggle, but a calling. The body will always crave rest. The mind will always search for ease, but the purpose of life is not idleness. It is action. Every moment wasted in avoidance is a moment stolen from what could have been built, created, or experienced. The Stoics did not tolerate laziness, not because they sought endless work, but because they understood that meaning is found in effort, in doing what is necessary rather than what is comfortable. Laziness is often mistaken for rest, but true rest comes after effort, after a task has been completed, after the mind has been engaged. Avoidance is not rest, it is mental decay. Procrastination does not refresh, it drains energy. Every delay makes the next step harder. Every avoided responsibility increases resistance. The weight of undone tasks grows heavier, turning a simple action into an unbearable burden. The Stoics knew this well. They did not see work as suffering, but as a discipline that keeps the mind sharp, the spirit strong, the will unbreakable. The first strategy for overcoming laziness is removing choice. The mind wastes energy debating whether to act. Should I start now or later? Should I do this or that? Every decision becomes an opportunity for avoidance. The Stoics eliminated this by making action a habit, by removing unnecessary thought from necessary work. When something must be done, it is done, not questioned, not postponed, not negotiated with. The mind functions best when it follows principles rather than mood. Another powerful Stoic technique is focusing only on the next step. Many become overwhelmed because they see the entire journey ahead and hesitate. The mind magnifies the difficulty, exaggerates the effort, turns simple work into an impossible mountain. The Stoics trained themselves to focus only on what was immediately in front of them. One action, one step, one small effort. No one conquers a challenge in a single moment. The battle is won by refusing to stop, by consistently moving forward, by focusing only on what can be done right now. Marcus Aurelius warned against waiting for motivation. He knew that inspiration is unreliable, that energy fluctuates, that desire alone does not create movement. The key is indifference to feelings, doing what must be done whether the mind resists or not. The body does not always want to rise in the morning. The mind does not always want to engage. but the task remains, unchanged, waiting. Those who act regardless of mood develop something far greater than motivation: momentum. The more something is done, the easier it becomes. The less it is questioned, the more automatic it feels. Laziness is often fueled by comfort. The Stoics understood that the easiest path is rarely the right one. They practiced discomfort intentionally, choosing effort over ease, discipline over indulgence. They fasted not because they had to, but to remind themselves that hunger is not an emergency. They embraced physical strain not because they enjoyed suffering, but because strength is built in challenge, not in leisure. This trained their minds to reject softness, to see difficulty as fuel, to turn resistance into growth. Procrastination thrives on perfectionism. Many delay action because they wait for the perfect conditions, the ideal state of mind, the best opportunity. But perfection is a myth. Nothing is ever exactly right. The Stoics saw hesitation as wasted time, an illusion created by fear. They believed that starting is always better than waiting. A flawed effort is better than a perfect intention. Those who demand perfection before they act will spend their lives preparing but never doing. Another common source of avoidance is overthinking. The mind creates complexity where none exists. It searches for reasons to delay, inflates obstacles, constructs imaginary problems. But thought without action is paralysis. The Stoics practiced simplicity, seeing things as they were, stripping away unnecessary worry, focusing only on what could be controlled. They did not waste energy on endless analysis. They saw the task, accepted it, and acted. The power of self-imposed deadlines is another key technique. Open-ended tasks invite delay. When something has no clear finish line, the mind assumes there is always time later. The Stoics set constraints, worked with urgency, imposed limits on how long something could remain undone. A task that seems endless is overwhelming, but a task that must be completed in a set period forces focus. Time pressure eliminates hesitation. Seneca warned that procrastination is not harmless. Every delayed action is a debt to the future. What is avoided today will be carried into tomorrow, growing heavier, increasing stress, stealing peace of mind. Those who learn to take immediate action free themselves from this burden. They move lightly, without unfinished tasks weighing on their consciousness. They live with clarity because nothing is left lingering. There is also great power in reframing effort. Most people avoid work because they see it as something to escape, something unpleasant. But the Stoics saw effort as an opportunity, a way to shape the mind, a way to build discipline, a way to master life itself. Every task, no matter how small, was treated as training, as a chance to refine self-control. By changing perspective, even the most mundane duties became meaningful. Laziness is fueled by distraction. In a world full of noise, focus is rare. The Stoics guarded their attention, limiting unnecessary stimulation, refusing to be pulled in 1,000 directions. They believed that deep work was sacred, that the ability to concentrate was a form of power. They eliminated what was trivial so they could direct their energy toward what mattered. Breaking free from procrastination also requires accountability. The mind resists responsibility when there is no one to answer to. The Stoics surrounded themselves with those who upheld discipline, those who did not tolerate excuses. They knew that commitment grows stronger when it is witnessed, that action becomes consistent when there are others who hold a standard. A disciplined environment creates a disciplined mind. There is no escaping effort. Everything meaningful requires persistence. The Stoics did not see work as suffering, but as the very thing that made life worthwhile. They knew that avoiding responsibility only led to regret, that the pain of inaction was far worse than the discomfort of action. They refused to let laziness steal their time, their potential, their ability to shape their own destiny. One of the most effective ways to eliminate procrastination is to associate identity with discipline. Instead of seeing action as a struggle, it must become a natural extension of character. A disciplined person does not negotiate with laziness. They do not question whether to act. They move forward because that is who they are. The more action is aligned with identity, the easier it becomes. A person does what they believe they are. The final realization is that time is not infinite. There is no later, no tomorrow guaranteed. Every moment wasted in avoidance is a moment that cannot be reclaimed. The Stoics did not fear death, but they feared living without purpose. They knew that hesitation was a form of decay, that waiting for the right time was the same as surrendering life itself. Overcoming laziness is not about working endlessly. It is about eliminating hesitation, removing the mental barriers that delay what must be done. It is about replacing resistance with flow, indecision with movement, avoidance with engagement. It is about training the mind to act without waiting, to move forward without excuse, to treat every task as a necessary step towards something greater. Those who live by these principles do not waste time. They do not fight against action. They become action itself. Action eliminates hesitation. Discipline removes doubt. The mind, when trained to move without delay, becomes unstoppable. But even with discipline, something is still missing. Strength is not just about doing what must be done. It is about enduring what must be endured. The Stoics knew that avoiding hardship weakens the will, that comfort is a trap, that true resilience is built not by escaping discomfort, but by embracing it. Most people seek ease. They structure their lives around comfort, convenience, and security. They avoid pain, resist struggle, and retreat from difficulty. But a life without hardship does not make a person stronger. It makes them fragile. When even the smallest inconvenience disrupts peace, when every discomfort feels unbearable, when struggle is seen as an enemy rather than a teacher, weakness grows. The mind loses its edge. The will softens. The ability to handle adversity fades. The Stoics saw hardship as a tool, not a punishment. They did not wait for misfortune to strike before preparing for it. They trained themselves to withstand difficulty by exposing themselves to it willingly. They fasted when food was plentiful. They slept on the ground when comfort was available. They went without luxuries, not because they had to, but because they refused to need them. This practice, known as voluntary discomfort, was not about suffering for the sake of suffering. It was about building immunity to hardship, strengthening the mind before it was tested, eliminating the fear of loss. Comfort creates dependency. When the mind becomes accustomed to luxury, it begins to believe it cannot function without it. A soft bed, warm meals, a controlled environment, these things, when taken for granted, create fragility. The Stoics knew that by voluntarily stepping away from comfort, they were proving to themselves that their happiness did not depend on external conditions. A person who can endure discomfort is a person who cannot be broken by its arrival. Small difficulties act as training for greater ones. When the body is used to hunger, missing a meal is no longer a crisis. When the mind has practiced patience, waiting is no longer frustrating. When discomfort has been embraced repeatedly, hardship loses its ability to create panic. The Stoics sought out these moments not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they refuse to be controlled by it. Modern psychology confirms this. Studies on stress tolerance show that those who expose themselves to controlled hardship develop greater emotional stability. Athletes, soldiers, and those who consistently engage in challenging experiences build higher thresholds for difficulty. Their nervous systems do not overreact to discomfort. Their ability to remain composed under pressure increases. This is not because they are born stronger, but because they have trained themselves to be. The body adapts to resistance. Muscles grow when they are pushed beyond their limits. The mind works the same way. Without struggle, there is no growth. Without challenge, there is no progress. A person who has never faced adversity does not know their own strength. A person who has never tested their limits remains unaware of how far they can go. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not see pain as an obstacle, but as a necessary part of self-mastery. Voluntary discomfort is not about seeking misery. It is about proving that misery does not control you. Those who fear hardship suffer more than those who face it. The person who avoids the cold at all costs will panic when they have no choice but to endure it. The person who always indulges in comfort will break when comfort is taken away. The Stoics trained themselves to welcome small struggles so that larger ones would not shake them. Modern life has removed many natural challenges. Food is available on demand. Entertainment is endless. Physical effort is optional. This has created an era of convenience, but also an era of weakness. The average person is so detached from discomfort that even minor difficulties feel unbearable. They complain about waiting in lines, about small inconveniences, about the slightest disruption to comfort. The Stoics would see this as a warning sign of mental decline. A mind that cannot handle small struggles will not survive great ones. This is why voluntary hardship is essential. It does not just prepare the body, it prepares the mind. It removes fear, builds confidence, strengthens endurance. It eliminates hesitation, turning struggle into something familiar rather than something to be feared. The goal is not to suffer unnecessarily, but to develop a kind of self-reliance that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. One of the most powerful effects of this practice is detachment from material dependency. Many believe they need certain comforts to be happy, a specific routine, a particular lifestyle, a controlled environment. But the Stoics knew that dependency on anything outside of oneself is a weakness. They stripped their lives of unnecessary luxury, not because they rejected pleasure, but because they refused to be enslaved by it. A person who has tested their ability to live with little is a person who will never be owned by material loss. Seneca advised wealthy Romans to live like a poor man for a few days each month, eating simple food, wearing rough clothes, experiencing what it would be like to lose everything. Not because he wanted them to suffer, but because he wanted them to realize they could survive it. When loss is rehearsed, it no longer creates panic. When hardship is familiar, it no longer feels like the end. Modern research in psychology supports this idea. Exposure therapy, a treatment for anxiety and fear, operates on the same principle. By repeatedly facing what is feared in small doses, the brain learns that it is not a threat. The Stoics used this method centuries before modern science. They exposed themselves to controlled discomfort to eliminate the illusion of helplessness. The mind becomes stronger through challenge, not through ease. The more a person resists difficulty, the weaker they become. The more they embrace it, the more powerful they grow. Those who seek comfort above all else are prisoners of their own softness. Those who seek challenge develop a resilience that cannot be shaken. This practice also removes excuses. Many delay action because they believe conditions are not perfect. They wait for motivation, for the right energy, for the ideal moment. The Stoics removed this mindset by deliberately acting in non-ideal conditions. They trained themselves to work when tired, to endure hunger without complaint, to maintain composure in discomfort. They understood that discipline does not wait for comfort. It acts regardless of it. Mental toughness is built in these moments, not in grand displays of endurance, but in the small daily choices to reject weakness, to take the cold shower when warmth is available, to walk instead of drive, to resist unnecessary indulgence, to practice patience when irritation arises. These small acts of voluntary discomfort, repeated over time, create a mind that no longer fears difficulty. Those who embrace hardship move through life differently. They do not crumble under pressure. They do not react emotionally to every setback. They do not fear what others fear. They have already faced struggle, willingly, deliberately, and found that they can withstand it. Most people are fragile not because they lack strength, but because they have never tested it. The moment they are forced out of comfort, they feel lost. The moment they lose control, they panic. The moment something is taken from them, they suffer not just from the loss, but from the belief that they cannot live without it. The Stoics removed this illusion entirely. They trained themselves to be at peace in every condition, not because life was always easy, but because they had practiced the hard parts in advance. By embracing small hardships, greater ones become manageable. By choosing discomfort when it is optional, there is no fear of it when it is not. By stepping into controlled difficulty, the mind is prepared for whatever comes next. This is why the Stoics were unshaken, not because they avoided struggle, but because they made struggle a familiar friend. Discipline is built in discomfort. The mind, when trained to withstand hardship, becomes sharper, stronger, unbreakable. Those who seek out controlled difficulty do not just prepare for challenges, they eliminate the fear of them. But discipline is not only about enduring struggle, it is also about structure, about setting the right conditions for action, about ensuring that every day begins with purpose rather than resistance. The first battle of every day is won or lost in the morning. Most people wake up reacting. They hit snooze, check their phones, scroll through distractions, drift into the day without direction. This is the opposite of control. It is weakness disguised as routine. A chaotic morning leads to a scattered mind, a wasted day, a life dictated by impulse rather than intention. The Stoics understood that how a day begins determines its trajectory. They structured their mornings with clarity, eliminating hesitation, ensuring that each day started with strength rather than delay. Marcus Aurelius wrote in Meditations that rising in the morning should not be a struggle, that the body will always seek warmth and comfort, but the purpose of life is action. He reminded himself daily that duty must be prioritized over indulgence, that the mind must be stronger than the excuses it creates. The Stoics did not see waking up as a mere habit. They saw it as a battle, one that must be fought and won with discipline. A strong morning routine is not about complexity. It is about deliberate action. It is about creating momentum before distractions arise, before emotions interfere, before laziness has a chance to take hold. The purpose of a disciplined morning is to ensure that the first thoughts, the first movements, the first choices are aligned with reason rather than impulse. Those who control the first hour of their day control the rest of it. One of the most important Stoic practices upon waking was mental preparation. Instead of mindlessly rushing into tasks, they took a moment to remind themselves of the principles that would guide their actions. Marcus Aurelius prepared himself for the frustrations of the day, not in a negative sense, but as a way to remain composed when facing difficult people, setbacks, or unexpected challenges. By anticipating resistance, they ensured they would not be thrown off course. This is the foundation of a powerful morning: clarity before movement. Most people begin their day in distraction, reacting to external stimuli rather than focusing their minds. The Stoics did the opposite. They anchored themselves in philosophy, in reflection, in setting the right internal conditions before engaging with the world. Another key to mastering the morning is eliminating unnecessary decision-making. The more choices the mind must make early in the day, the more energy is wasted. This is why disciplined individuals simplify their mornings by preparing clothes the night before, by following a structured sequence of actions, by removing trivial decisions. Every moment spent debating whether to get up, what to wear, what to eat, is a moment stolen from more meaningful pursuits. The Stoics understood that mental energy is limited, and wasting it on the trivial leaves nothing for the essential. Discipline in the morning is also about conquering the body's resistance. The first moments after waking are filled with temptation. Temptation to linger in bed, to seek comfort, to postpone action. This is the moment where weakness can take over, or where strength can be reinforced. The Stoics trained themselves to rise without hesitation, to move without complaint, to take immediate action. They knew that indulging in delay would only make action harder. Another essential element of a powerful morning is movement. The body and mind are not separate. One influences the other. The Stoics engaged in physical activity not just for strength, but for discipline. They understood that a mind trapped in a sluggish body will struggle to act with clarity. Physical movement in the morning sharpens focus, eliminates grogginess, and reinforces discipline. In addition to movement, they practiced deliberate breathing. They knew that breath controls emotion, that a slow and steady breath calms the nervous system, that intentional breathing can set the tone for the entire day. Before engaging with external demands, they first ensured their internal state was stable. A structured morning also includes time for reflection. Seneca advised that people should review their intentions, examine their thoughts, and ensure that their actions align with their principles. A day without reflection is a day that drifts. The Stoics took time to remind themselves of what mattered, to focus on virtue, to let go of trivial worries, to approach the day with clarity rather than distraction. Another powerful technique used by the Stoics was negative visualization. Instead of assuming the day would go smoothly, they mentally prepared for difficulty. They reminded themselves that things would not go as planned, that obstacles would arise, that emotions would attempt to pull them off course. By anticipating difficulty, they ensured that they were never surprised by it. Stoic mornings were not rushed. They were deliberate, structured, and designed to cultivate presence. They did not allow themselves to be consumed by external distractions before grounding themselves in what was essential. They set priorities early, ensuring that their time was spent on what truly mattered rather than being stolen by trivialities. Another critical aspect of their routine was setting an intention for the day. Instead of allowing randomness to dictate how they spent their hours, they deliberately chose their focus. What is the most important task today? What must be done regardless of feeling? What is the highest priority? This clarity prevented wasted effort. Avoiding distractions early in the day was also key. The Stoics would not have begun their mornings by absorbing endless streams of information, by checking messages, by filling their minds with noise. They understood that the first input of the day shapes thought. They ensured that what entered their minds was deliberate, controlled, and meaningful. They also practiced moderation in consumption. They did not overeat in the morning, understanding that indulgence in food leads to sluggishness in thought. They prioritized nourishment that sustained energy rather than drained it. They saw food as fuel, not as entertainment. A disciplined morning requires eliminating distractions before they arise. This means setting up the environment in a way that removes temptation. The phone should not be the first thing touched. Social media should not be the first input. The mind should be given space before being filled with external influences. A strong morning routine does not have to be complex. The Stoics focused on a few core principles: clarity, discipline, movement, and reflection. These were not rituals for their own sake, but essential habits that ensured each day was approached with strength rather than hesitation. Momentum is built in the first hour. Those who delay action, who fill the morning with distractions, who move without purpose, spend the rest of the day trying to catch up. Those who start strong, who act with precision, who eliminate hesitation, move through the day with ease. The mind craves structure. Without it, energy is scattered. Without it, attention is wasted. Without it, the day is dictated by impulse rather than choice. The Stoics structured their mornings with purpose because they understood that discipline in the morning creates discipline in life. Winning the morning means eliminating excuses. It means rising without delay, acting without hesitation, focusing without distraction. It means setting the tone for the day, ensuring that every moment is spent with intention rather than reaction. Those who master the morning master themselves. Those who control the first moments of the day control the direction of their lives. There is no battle more important than the one fought in the first hour. There is no discipline more powerful than the one that eliminates hesitation before the day even begins. This is how the Stoics approached the morning. This is how they approached life. Control over the morning creates control over the day. Every choice made in the first moments after waking determines the trajectory of thought, action, and focus. Those who rise with discipline, who move with purpose, who eliminate hesitation, build momentum that carries them forward. But discipline alone is not enough. Structure is necessary, but without the right mindset, even the most efficient routine can be undone by stress, frustration, and distraction. The mind must be trained not just to act, but to perceive correctly. Most people move through life assigning meaning to everything they encounter. A rude comment becomes an insult. A delay becomes a problem. A mistake becomes a failure. But these meanings are not inherent in the events themselves. They are created by perception. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not react to circumstances based on impulse. They trained themselves to see everything as neutral, not good, not bad, just events unfolding. This is one of the most powerful mental shifts a person can make. Most suffering does not come from what happens, but from how what happens is interpreted. A delay is not inherently stressful. A rejection is not inherently painful. A loss is not inherently devastating. These things feel that way because the mind assigns those meanings to them. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They saw the world as it was, without emotional bias, without exaggerated narratives, without self-imposed suffering. When something happens, the first reaction is automatic. The mind wants to judge, to label, to attach emotion. But if that reaction is paused, if the event is observed without adding meaning, something powerful happens. There is no anger, No disappointment, no frustration, only clarity. The event simply is. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that things are neither good nor bad, only the mind makes them so. A lost opportunity, a difficult conversation, an unexpected challenge, none of these carry emotional weight unless given permission. They are simply moments passing through time, and a person has the power to decide whether they will disturb peace or be treated as indifferent. This approach is not about apathy. It is not about detachment in the sense of not caring. It is about seeing reality as it is, rather than through the distortion of emotional reaction. Most people experience unnecessary stress because they add layers of interpretation to simple facts. A person does not text back, and suddenly assumptions are made. A plan changes, and immediately frustration appears. But none of these things inherently mean what the mind decides they mean. Training the mind to see everything as neutral creates a kind of radical peace. There is no longer a battle with circumstances, no longer a need to fight what is outside of control. Things happen, people act, situations change, and none of it has to mean anything beyond what is actually happening. The Stoics practiced this by constantly questioning their own judgments. When something triggered an emotional response, they stopped and asked, "Is this truly bad, or am I making it bad in my mind?" More often than not, they found that it was their perception, not the event itself, that created suffering. The ability to remain unaffected by external events is one of the highest forms of self-mastery. When events are stripped of meaning, they lose their power to disturb. An insult is just words. A rejection is just a change in direction. A setback is just another step in the process. None of these things define the person experiencing them. One of the greatest benefits of this mindset is freedom from emotional volatility. When everything is seen as neutral, mood is no longer dictated by circumstances. There is no high from success, no low from failure, only steady action, steady progress, steady peace. This eliminates the exhausting cycle of chasing pleasure and avoiding discomfort. Seneca wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. This is because most struggles exist only in the mind. The fear of what might happen, the regret over what already has, the frustration over things that cannot be changed, all of these are self-created. The Stoics trained themselves to remove this extra layer of suffering. They focused only on what was real. There is a kind of stillness in this way of thinking, no longer pulled by every minor inconvenience, no longer controlled by the actions of others, no longer at the mercy of unpredictable events. Those who master this skill walk through life with an unshakable calm. They do not flinch at obstacles. They do not crumble under stress. They do not waste time analyzing things that do not matter. Most people believe that strong emotions are a sign of deep engagement with life. But the Stoics knew that excessive emotion often clouds judgment, leads to impulsive action, and causes unnecessary pain. They did not reject emotion, but they refused to be ruled by it. They understood that a mind in control of its own perception is a mind that is truly free. This practice also removes dependency on outcomes. When events are no longer seen as positive or negative, there is no attachment to one outcome over another. There is no anxiety over whether something will work out a certain way. There is only acceptance of whatever happens and the ability to move forward regardless. This is why the Stoics were so effective in both action and decision-making. They did not hesitate. They did not waste energy on fear. They simply did what needed to be done. One of the greatest tests of this mindset is how a person reacts to adversity. Most see hardship as inherently negative. They assume that suffering is the only response to loss, that frustration is the only response to failure, that disappointment is the only response to setbacks. But the Stoics knew that none of these reactions are necessary. Hardship is just another event. Loss is just another change. Failure is just another lesson. These things do not carry pain unless pain is assigned to them. This way of thinking also removes the need for control. Many people struggle because they want to shape everything to their liking. They resist reality when it does not match their desires. They fight circumstances that cannot be changed. But the Stoics let go of this entirely. They accepted everything as it came, not because they lacked ambition, but because they understood that resistance to reality is the cause of suffering. Practicing this mindset does not mean ignoring real problems. It does not mean suppressing emotions. It means understanding that reaction is always a choice. When something happens, there is always a moment where the mind can decide how to interpret it. That moment is where freedom exists. Most people never pause to question their reactions. They feel anger, and they assume it is justified. They feel fear, and they assume it is necessary. But the Stoics trained themselves to interrupt this process, to slow it down, to examine whether their own mind was creating unnecessary distress. This practice is not easy. It requires constant awareness, constant questioning, constant discipline. But the rewards are immense. A life free from emotional swings, a mind that does not waste energy on things that do not matter, a spirit that remains steady no matter what happens. By looking at everything as indifferent, life becomes simpler. There is no battle with circumstances, no emotional roller coaster, no unnecessary struggle, only peace. Peace is not found in controlling everything. It is not found in shaping life to fit expectations, in resisting what is beyond reach, in labeling events as good or bad. The Stoics understood that suffering is not caused by circumstances, but by the refusal to accept them. Those who master the art of neutrality, who see everything as indifferent, take the first step toward real freedom. But neutrality alone is not the highest form of wisdom. To truly transcend suffering, acceptance is not enough. One must learn to love what happens. Amor fati, the love of fate, is the Stoic mindset that eliminates resistance entirely. It is not passive acceptance. It is not tolerating reality with reluctance. It is an active embrace, a way of seeing everything that happens as something chosen, something necessary, something that belongs. To love fate is to see no misfortune, no loss, no injustice, only what is, and to find power in that. Most people resist life. They wish things were different. They replay the past with regret. They struggle against what they cannot change. But this resistance does not alter reality. It only creates suffering. The Stoics trained themselves to see no division between what they wanted and what was given. They refused to say, "This should not have happened," because that thought itself is an illusion. Nothing else could have happened. The past is fixed. The present is unfolding as it must. To argue with reality is to argue with what already exists. This shift in perspective removes all conflict with life. The moment something happens, it becomes part of the only version of reality that exists. The Stoic does not reject it, does not resent it, does not dwell on what could have been. They take it fully, without resistance, without bitterness, without hesitation. This is where true power begins, not in fighting life, but in aligning with it completely. The mind's natural instinct is to divide experiences into wanted and unwanted. It accepts what is pleasant and rejects what is painful. But this division is false. Everything that happens is part of the same flow. The loss, the setback, the difficulty, these are not intrusions. They are essential. To love fate is to see the necessity in everything. Every experience has a place. Every event has value. The mind does not need to approve of what happens. It only needs to see that it belongs. Resistance is exhausting. It turns every problem into suffering. It creates endless internal battles, replaying what went wrong, imagining different outcomes, wishing things were not as they are. This is wasted effort. The Stoics freed themselves from this by practicing complete surrender, not in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of moving with life rather than against it. They flowed with reality instead of trying to redirect it. Loving fate does not mean being passive. It does not mean accepting injustice or avoiding action. It means recognizing that every moment is exactly as it should be, even the painful ones. The challenge that appears is the challenge needed. The loss that happens is the loss necessary for growth. The delay, the obstacle, the unexpected turn, these are not mistakes. They are part of the design. This mindset removes regret. If everything happens as it must, then nothing is wasted. No failure is truly a failure. No missed opportunity is truly a loss. Everything contributes to the path, even when it seems unclear. The Stoics understood that the mind is limited. It sees only fragments of the larger picture. What looks like misfortune in one moment may be the foundation of something greater in the future. To love fate is to trust that nothing is meaningless, nothing is in vain. It also eliminates fear. Most anxiety comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled, from worrying about how things will unfold. But those who embrace fate have nothing to fear. Whatever happens is exactly what should happen. They do not need certainty. They do not need guarantees. They know that whatever comes, they will meet it with strength. This is why the Stoics remained unshaken in adversity. When hardship arrived, they did not resist. They welcomed it. They saw it as training, as preparation, as something meant for them. Marcus Aurelius wrote that fire turns everything thrown into it into fuel. This is the essence of amor fati, not just to withstand hardship, but to use it. Many people suffer because they believe things are happening to them. They see themselves as victims of circumstance, as powerless against what life brings. But the Stoic never sees themselves this way. They believe everything is happening for them. They do not curse fate. They work with it. They do not wish for different conditions. They find strength in what they are given. This approach transforms every experience. The delay that would have caused frustration now becomes an opportunity for patience. The failure that once seemed unbearable now becomes a lesson. The difficulty that once felt like a burden now becomes a challenge to be met. Nothing is against them. Everything is for their growth. The practice of amor fati is not theoretical. It must be lived. Every day presents moments where resistance arises, where the mind wants to fight what is happening. These are the moments to train. Instead of rejecting the event, embrace it. Instead of wishing for something else, take what is given fully. Instead of seeing misfortune, see only what is necessary. One way to strengthen this mindset is through reframing. When something unpleasant happens, stop and ask, what if this were happening exactly as it should? What if this were not an interruption, but an essential step in the path? This simple shift removes frustration. It turns obstacles into lessons. It eliminates the illusion that something is wrong. Another practice is removing the question, why me? Many people respond to hardship with this thought, as if life is singling them out. But this question is meaningless. Hardship comes to everyone. Struggle is part of existence. Asking why it happened only creates suffering. The Stoic never asks, "Why me?" They ask, "What now?" What action can be taken? What response aligns with wisdom? What is the next step forward? The greatest power in loving fate is that it makes a person untouchable. If everything is embraced, nothing can disturb peace. If nothing is rejected, nothing can create suffering. The world does not have to be controlled because there is nothing left to resist. This does not mean life is easy. Pain will still come, loss will still happen, but none of these things will be seen as wrong. None of them will be fought against. None of them will steal energy because they will be met with love rather than resistance. Most people live at war with reality. They fight against what is happening, believing they can shape life exactly as they wish. But those who love fate have already won. They do not need to fight because they have already accepted everything. They are at peace in every moment, not because life is perfect, but because they refuse to see anything as a mistake. This is the highest level of wisdom, not to endure fate, not to tolerate it, but to love it fully, as if it had been chosen. This is how the Stoics moved through life. This is why they were unshaken. This is why nothing could break them. Because when fate is embraced completely, there is nothing left to resist. Only life, exactly as it is meant to be. Loving fate means letting go of resistance. It means surrendering the illusion of control, welcoming everything that happens as necessary, and seeing no event as an interruption, but as part of the path. But even with this mindset, one more battle remains: the clutter of the mind. Most people are weighed down not by what happens to them, but by their own thoughts. Overthinking, worrying, revisiting the past, planning every detail of the future. This endless stream of internal noise prevents clarity, steals energy, and creates unnecessary suffering. The Stoics understood that mental excess is just as dangerous as physical excess. A cluttered mind is a restless mind. A restless mind cannot see clearly, cannot act decisively, cannot experience peace. Mental minimalism is the practice of reducing thoughts to only what is necessary. It does not mean thinking less in the sense of ignoring problems or avoiding responsibility. It means thinking better, removing what is unnecessary, cutting away distractions, focusing only on what matters. Just as minimalism in possessions leads to freedom, minimalism in thought leads to clarity. The Stoics trained themselves to strip away mental waste, to clear the mind of unhelpful noise, to focus their attention on what was within their control and discard the rest. Most people let their minds run unchecked. They allow thoughts to pile up like clutter in a crowded room, worries that serve no purpose, judgments that cloud perception, distractions that pull attention in every direction. The result is exhaustion, stress, and confusion. But thoughts are like possessions. They must be chosen carefully, evaluated for their usefulness, and discarded when they serve no function. The Stoics practiced this discipline relentlessly. The first step in mental minimalism is questioning every thought. Not every idea deserves attention. Not every emotion needs to be indulged. Not every reaction is worth engaging with. The mind produces thoughts automatically, but a disciplined person does not accept them without examination. The Stoics trained themselves to stop and ask, does this thought help or harm? Does it lead to action or distraction? Is it within my control or not? If a thought had no purpose, it was discarded. Most overthinking comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. People replay conversations in their heads, trying to change what was already said. They analyze every possible outcome of a decision, hoping to eliminate uncertainty. They anticipate problems that may never happen. This is wasted effort. The Stoics trained their minds to focus only on what could be acted upon. Everything else was irrelevant. They saw no value in worrying about events beyond their reach, no benefit in dwelling on things that could not be changed. Another major source of mental clutter is attachment to past experiences. Many people live trapped in old regrets, mistakes, and disappointments. They carry memories like heavy stones, revisiting them endlessly, reliving emotions that no longer serve them. The Stoics refused to do this. They treated the past as a finished book, useful for learning, but not for living in. They reminded themselves that no amount of thinking could alter what had already happened. The only rational response was to move forward. Similarly, they did not overindulge in future planning. They believed in preparation, in making wise decisions, in setting clear intentions, but they did not allow themselves to obsess over what was uncertain. Thinking too much about the future creates fear. Thinking too much about the past creates regret. Thinking too much about what others think creates insecurity. The Stoic mind is free from all of these burdens. Mental minimalism also means letting go of unnecessary judgments. Most suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the labels people attach to them. Someone cuts in line, and instead of seeing it as a neutral event, anger arises. A mistake is made, and instead of learning from it, shame lingers. A plan changes, and instead of adapting, frustration takes over. The Stoics stripped away these layers of unnecessary meaning. They saw things as they were, not as their emotions wanted them to be. Reducing mental clutter also requires guarding attention. The modern world is designed to scatter focus, to keep the mind constantly occupied with new information, endless updates, and artificial urgency. But attention is finite. Every moment spent on the trivial is a moment stolen from what truly matters. The Stoics trained themselves to direct their thoughts deliberately, to avoid mental overstimulation, to maintain focus on only the essential. One of the simplest but most effective ways to declutter the mind is silence. Most people fear silence because it exposes the chaos in their thoughts. They seek constant stimulation, music, conversations, notifications, anything to keep from being alone with their own minds. But the Stoics embraced silence as a tool for clarity. A quiet mind is a strong mind. It does not need constant distraction. It does not chase every thought. It remains steady, calm, and unshaken. Another way to remove mental excess is writing. Seneca practiced daily journaling not as a task, but as a way to clear his mind. By putting thoughts on paper, he could examine them more objectively, remove what was irrational, and refine his perspective. Writing forces the mind to slow down, to structure ideas clearly, to separate what matters from what is unnecessary. A cluttered mind often produces tangled thoughts, but writing untangles them. The Stoics also avoided overloading their minds with useless information. They did not waste time on gossip, trivial complaints, or things that did not serve their purpose. They understood that what the mind consumes shapes its clarity. Just as a body is weakened by poor food, the mind is weakened by poor information. They focused only on what was useful, what sharpened their thinking, what deepened their understanding. Another common source of mental clutter is trying to do too many things at once. The mind struggles when it is divided, when it is constantly shifting between unfinished tasks, when it is overloaded with responsibilities. The Stoics believed in simplicity, not in avoiding responsibility, but in doing one thing at a time, fully, with complete focus. They did not rush. They did not multitask. They did not scatter their energy. They directed all attention toward what was in front of them. Mental minimalism also requires eliminating unnecessary conflict. Many people waste energy on arguments that do not matter, on proving themselves right, on being offended by things that deserve no reaction. The Stoics did not see value in engaging with every disagreement. They understood that most debates are driven by ego, not truth. They saved their energy for things that actually required their effort. Another practice they used was conserving emotional energy. They did not allow themselves to be drained by every minor frustration, every fleeting annoyance, every moment of discomfort. They did not give their emotions full control over their actions. They allowed feelings to arise, but they did not indulge them unnecessarily. A mind ruled by emotion is a mind without clarity. Decluttering the mind is not about emptying it. It is about refining it, removing the thoughts that serve no purpose, keeping only what is necessary, thinking deeply but not excessively, acting deliberately but not anxiously, seeing clearly but not over-analyzing. The reward for this practice is mental freedom. A person who has removed unnecessary thoughts no longer carries mental weight. They are not burdened by endless worries. They do not suffer over things beyond their control. They do not drown in details that do not matter. Their mind is light, agile, precise. They move through life with clarity, knowing exactly what to focus on and what to ignore. The goal is not to stop thinking. The goal is to think with purpose, to clear away the excess, to sharpen the mind so that it cuts through life with precision rather than being tangled in confusion. This is the power of mental minimalism. This is why the Stoics were unshaken. Their minds were not weighed down by what was unnecessary. Their thoughts were few, but their wisdom was deep. Clarity begins when the unnecessary is removed. A mind free from excess no longer wastes energy on distractions, doubts, or pointless worries. It moves through life with precision, seeing only what matters, thinking only when thinking is useful. But even with a disciplined mind, one weakness still remains: the tendency to take life for granted. Most suffering comes not from lack, but from failing to appreciate what is already present. The Stoics knew that contentment is not found in having more, but in truly valuing what is already there. The way to achieve this is not through forced gratitude, but through the practice of loss. Negative visualization is the art of mentally subtracting things before they are gone. It is not about dwelling on misfortune, but about awakening awareness. Most people assume they will always have their comforts, their relationships, their opportunities. This assumption dulls appreciation. The mind only truly values something when it is aware that it can be lost. The Stoics used this as a tool, not to create sadness, but to remove indifference, to sharpen gratitude, to make every moment meaningful. Gratitude is often misunderstood. Many see it as a passive feeling, something that comes when life is going well. But the Stoics saw it as an active discipline. They knew that without practice, the mind adapts to comfort and appreciation fades. A person wakes up with good health but does not acknowledge it until sickness arrives. A loved one is present every day, yet their absence is the only thing that reveals their true value. Success is achieved, but soon it becomes an expectation rather than a gift. The Stoics did not wait for loss to create appreciation. They practiced losing things while still having them. They imagined waking up one morning without the things they valued most, not to create anxiety, but to remove complacency. They reflected on what it would be like if today was the last time they saw a friend, if this was the final time they walked through their home, if a privilege they enjoyed was suddenly gone. By mentally stepping into loss, they trained their minds to see clearly. This practice removes entitlement. Many people suffer not because they lack something, but because they expect to have it forever. They assume another day, another chance, another moment. But life gives no guarantees. Everything can be taken away in an instant. Nothing is permanent, nothing is owed, nothing is safe from change. To recognize this is not to invite despair, it is to awaken fully. Most live as if time is infinite. They delay appreciation, believing there will always be more opportunities to express love, more chances to correct mistakes, more time to enjoy what is precious. But this is a dangerous illusion. Every moment is slipping away. Every encounter may be the last. Every possession, every comfort, every relationship is temporary. To recognize this is not to fear loss, but to remove the blindness that prevents true gratitude. Negative visualization is not about fearing the worst. It is about preparing for it. The mind that has already imagined loss does not break when loss comes. The person who has practiced living without something does not panic when it is gone. By rehearsing hardship, the Stoics created unshakable peace. They did not avoid thinking about misfortune. They confronted it head-on, turning it into a tool for strength rather than a source of fear. This practice also eliminates resentment over minor inconveniences. Many people complain about small discomforts, frustrated by things that barely matter. But those who have imagined true loss do not waste energy on trivial problems. The person who has visualized losing their sight does not complain about a cloudy day. The person who has reflected on losing their home does not feel inconvenienced by a broken appliance. The person who has considered losing a loved one does not hold on to petty arguments. Their awareness is sharper, their perspective is wiser, their appreciation is deeper. Negative visualization also removes attachment to outcomes. Many people tie their happiness to external conditions, believing they can only be content if things go exactly as they want. But the Stoics trained themselves to accept whatever came. They knew that expectations are fragile, that things rarely unfold as planned, that disappointment is self-created. By imagining worst-case scenarios, they prepared for every possibility. They did not resist what life gave them. They were ready for anything. This practice creates a profound sense of presence. Most people live distracted, not fully experiencing the moment. But those who reflect on impermanence do not waste time. They do not postpone what matters. They do not assume another chance will come. They listen more carefully, love more openly, engage more deeply. Every conversation, every experience, every breath is seen as rare, as fleeting, as something to be honored rather than ignored. Seneca wrote that people suffer more from their expectations than from reality. They assume stability when none exists. They expect things to last when everything changes. They live as if tomorrow is guaranteed. Negative visualization removes this false security. It forces the mind to acknowledge the truth, that everything is temporary, that nothing is promised, that what is here today may be gone tomorrow. This realization does not create fear. It creates urgency. Gratitude becomes automatic when loss is understood. There is no need to remind oneself to be thankful, no need for forced affirmations. Appreciation happens naturally. The breath taken without pain, the food eaten without hunger, the ordinary moments shared with others, they all become sacred. The mundane transforms into the extraordinary because the mind finally sees clearly. This practice is also an antidote to materialism. Many chase after more, believing that happiness is found in acquiring things. But when the possibility of losing everything is considered, priorities shift. The fancy car, the expensive clothes, the pursuit of status, all of it fades in significance. What remains is what truly matters: the ability to breathe, to think, to experience, to love. The person who has considered losing everything does not waste time desiring what they do not have. They are too busy appreciating what they do. It also strengthens resilience. Those who have prepared their minds for misfortune do not collapse when it arrives. They have already seen themselves without their comforts, already envisioned living with less, already accepted that nothing is permanent. When hardship comes, they do not fight it. They step into it with readiness because they have rehearsed this moment before. Negative visualization is not a one-time exercise. It is a daily practice, a way of seeing the world, a way of stripping away blindness. It is a reminder, a recalibration, a return to reality. It does not create suffering, it removes it. It does not lead to pessimism, it leads to freedom. By practicing loss, a person does not become sad. They become alive. They see what they have always had, but never fully valued. They experience the richness of the present, unfiltered by expectations, undistorted by assumptions. They love deeper because they know that nothing lasts. They act boldly because they know that time is running out. They appreciate fully because they no longer wait for something to be taken before realizing its worth. This is how the Stoics mastered gratitude, not through force, but through wisdom. They did not need reminders to be thankful. They saw life clearly, and that was enough. Gratitude sharpens when the illusion of permanence is broken. By meditating on loss, the mind wakes up to the value of what is already present. The breath taken freely, the time spent with loved ones, the ordinary moments that would otherwise be ignored, all of them become vivid, irreplaceable, meaningful. But even deeper than gratitude lies an awareness more urgent, more inescapable, more defining than any other realization. Time is running out. Nothing is more limited, nothing is more fragile, nothing is more easily wasted. The Stoics did not fear death, but they feared something worse, squandering the time they had. A person who loses money can earn more. A person who loses status can rebuild it. A person who loses an object can replace it. But time, once spent, never returns. Every moment that slips away is a moment lost forever. Seneca warned that people guard their wealth carefully, yet they squander their time as if they had an endless supply. They protect possessions, demand respect for their property, act with caution when making financial decisions, yet they let the most valuable resource of all disappear without thought. Time is not just passing, it is being taken. Every second is stolen by distraction, by hesitation, by meaningless pursuits. To waste time is not just foolish, it is a form of slow self-destruction. Most live as if they are preparing for life rather than living it. They tell themselves that real living will begin later, after the next goal, after the next milestone, after the next problem is solved. But there is no later. Time is not waiting. Every delay, every moment spent in idleness, every postponement is a step closer to the end. To recognize this is not to invite panic, but to awaken urgency. Many people measure life in years, in decades, in numbers too large to grasp. But the Stoics measured life differently. They did not ask how much time was left. They asked how much of it had been truly lived. A person may exist for decades, but have only truly lived for a handful of moments. Those who move through life in distraction, who chase things that do not matter, who waste hours in triviality, who let the days blend into each other without purpose. They are not truly alive. Life is not about duration, but depth. A short life lived with intensity, with clarity, with purpose, is far greater than a long life spent in distraction. Seneca wrote that people fear death, yet they act as if they have infinite time to waste. They delay what matters, ignore the present, assume they will have more chances. But the only guarantee is this moment, right now. Everything else is uncertain. Wasting time does not always look like idleness. It often disguises itself as busyness, as constant motion, as endless distractions that create the illusion of productivity. Many fill their days with tasks, with obligations, with activities that exhaust them, yet none of it truly matters. To be busy is not the same as to be alive. The Stoics focused not on how much they did, but on whether what they did was meaningful. The greatest theft of time comes not from external forces, but from within. The mind wastes hours in worry, in doubt, in replaying past mistakes, in fearing what has not yet happened. It drifts between regrets and anxieties, rarely settling in the only place where life exists, the present. The Stoics trained themselves to break free from this trap. They refused to let their minds steal their own time. Time is not waiting for perfect conditions. Many people delay action because they believe they are not ready, because they are waiting for inspiration, because they think they will start tomorrow. But tomorrow is not guaranteed. The Stoics acted immediately, without hesitation, without excuse. If something mattered, it was done. If something was possible, it was pursued. They did not entertain the illusion of endless opportunities. There is no greater tragedy than reaching the end of life and realizing that most of it was wasted. Regret is not born from failure, but from inaction, from knowing that time was available yet left unused. The Stoics lived with this awareness constantly, not in fear, but in motivation. Every day was treated as a complete life in itself. Mastering time begins with eliminating what does not serve a purpose. The Stoics were ruthless in cutting out distractions, in saying no to obligations that drained energy, in removing anything that did not align with their values. They saw time as sacred, as something too precious to be wasted on trivialities. The key is not to do more, but to do less, better. A focused mind, a deliberate action, a moment fully lived. These are worth more than hours spent mindlessly moving from one thing to another. The Stoics valued quality over quantity. They did not seek to fill their days with endless tasks. They sought to make each action meaningful. Living fully does not require extreme measures. It does not mean chasing thrills, taking reckless risks, or seeking constant stimulation. It means being present, being engaged, being aware of the value of every second. It means treating even ordinary moments as significant. Drinking water, walking outside, having a conversation. Each of these is an opportunity to be alive rather than to simply exist. Procrastination is the greatest enemy of time. Those who delay action do not realize that they are not postponing tasks. They are postponing life itself. Every time something is put off, a piece of existence is thrown away. The Stoics did not tolerate delay. They understood that every moment matters, every decision shapes reality, every second counts. Recognizing the value of time changes everything. It removes hesitation. It eliminates meaningless distractions. It forces the mind to focus on what is truly important. When time is seen as something that cannot be regained, priorities shift. Complaints become pointless. Excuses become intolerable. waiting becomes unthinkable. Many waste time not because they lack awareness, but because they fear failure. They tell themselves they will start later, when they are better prepared, when they feel more confident. But the Stoics rejected this entirely. There is no preparation greater than action. Every delay is a step further from achievement. Every excuse is a step closer to regret. To master time is to master life. A person who controls their time controls their destiny. They are not dragged by distractions, not ruled by trivialities, not lost in meaningless motion. They move with purpose, with precision, with an understanding that nothing is more valuable than the present moment. The final realization is this: time is life. To waste time is to waste existence. To treat time carelessly is to treat life itself as disposable. The Stoics knew this. They lived with urgency, not panic, with intensity, not recklessness, with deep presence, not aimless motion. There is no later. There is no perfect moment. There is only now. Those who understand this live without regret, without hesitation, without fear of what is to come, because they know that every second, once gone, is gone forever. Time is life. Those who waste it are not just losing minutes, they are losing existence itself. Every second lost to distraction, to meaningless conflict, to hesitation, is a piece of life that can never be reclaimed. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They moved with urgency, not because they were in a rush, but because they knew the present moment was all they ever truly had. But time is not just wasted in inactivity. It is stolen by chaos, by noise, by the endless distractions of a world that thrives on confusion. To protect time, one must also protect the mind. Most people do not lose their peace because of their own actions. They lose it because they allow external forces to control their emotions. A single comment, a piece of bad news, an unexpected inconvenience. Any of these can trigger anger, anxiety, or frustration. The world is loud. It demands attention, drags people into meaningless debates, floods the mind with noise. Those who lack control over their thoughts are pulled into this storm, reacting to every disturbance, losing themselves in emotions that serve no purpose. The Stoics did not allow this. They trained themselves to remain composed no matter what happened around them. Calmness is not about suppressing emotion. It is about not being controlled by it. Most suffering comes not from events themselves, but from reacting without thought. A situation arises, and the mind immediately labels it as good or bad, fair or unfair. These labels create emotional turbulence. The Stoics removed them entirely. They saw things as they were, not as their emotions wanted them to be. A rude remark was just words. A delay was just a shift in time. A difficult person was just another human being acting according to their nature. By refusing to be disturbed, they remained in control. Modern life is filled with distractions designed to provoke reaction. Social media thrives on outrage. News is crafted to stir fear. Conversations are often filled with negativity, gossip, and opinions that seek validation rather than truth. To remain calm in this environment requires discipline. The Stoics understood that not everything deserves a response. They did not waste time arguing, defending, or proving themselves right. They focused only on what mattered. One of their greatest techniques for maintaining composure was controlling attention. Whatever the mind focuses on grows stronger. If attention is given to problems, stress increases. If attention is given to drama, frustration builds. If attention is given to what cannot be controlled, helplessness follows. The Stoics did not allow their energy to be hijacked. They chose what to engage with and ignored everything else. Many people live in a constant state of tension because they react too quickly. They hear an opinion they dislike and feel the need to correct it. They experience a small inconvenience and allow it to ruin their mood. They get caught in the endless cycle of defending, explaining, or trying to change others. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They saw no value in reacting to everything. If something did not serve a purpose, it was ignored. To remain calm in a chaotic world, one must let go of the need to control others. Most frustration comes from expecting people to act a certain way. Someone is rude, and anger arises because they shouldn't be that way. Someone makes a mistake, and irritation follows because they should have known better. But the Stoics understood that people act according to their nature, not according to expectations. To expect anything else is to invite constant disappointment. Instead of trying to control external events, they focused only on controlling their own responses. This is where true power lies. No one can dictate what others will do. No one can force the world to be predictable, but everyone has control over how they react. This is the key to unshakable calm, not changing the world, but changing perception. Another major cause of stress is attachment to opinions. Many people base their happiness on how they are perceived. They seek approval, fear criticism, and get defensive when challenged. The Stoics saw this as weakness. Other people's opinions are not within control. They cannot be predicted, managed, or forced into alignment. To care deeply about them is to hand over power. The only opinion that matters is the one a person holds about themselves. The modern world encourages emotional reactions. Every headline is designed to provoke. Every social media post invites comparison. Every conversation has the potential to turn into an argument. But those who master themselves do not fall into these traps. They observe rather than react. They remain still while the world moves chaotically around them. They are not indifferent in the sense of not caring. They are indifferent in the sense that they do not let external events dictate their inner state. Many assume that staying calm means being passive, but the opposite is true. Those who are reactive waste energy on things that do not matter. They get caught in unnecessary debates, spend time defending their ego, and let emotions guide their decisions. The Stoic, by contrast, conserves energy for what is truly important. They do not respond to provocation. They do not engage in every argument. They do not allow themselves to be pulled in 100 directions by the noise of the world. This level of control is not achieved by suppressing emotions, but by understanding them. The Stoics did not pretend they felt nothing. They acknowledged emotions but refused to be ruled by them. They created space between stimulus and response. Instead of reacting immediately, they paused. They questioned whether a response was necessary, whether the situation truly deserved attention, whether their energy was better used elsewhere. One of the most effective Stoic practices for remaining composed is preparing for disturbances. Marcus Aurelius started each day by reminding himself that he would encounter difficult people. He did not expect perfection from the world. He expected rudeness, impatience, ignorance, and misfortune. By expecting these things, he was never surprised. When they happened, he was already prepared. They did not disturb him because he had already accepted their inevitability. Another key to remaining unshaken is mastering presence. Most stress comes from living in the past or the future. Regret keeps the mind stuck in what has already happened. Anxiety pulls it into what might happen next. The Stoics trained themselves to remain in what is real, the present moment. They did not dwell on past mistakes. They did not waste time fearing possible outcomes. They focused only on what was in front of them. They also understood the power of perspective. Many problems seem enormous when viewed up close, but become insignificant when seen from a distance. A conflict that feels urgent today may not matter in a week. A setback that seems devastating now may lead to something greater later. The Stoics practiced stepping back, reminding themselves that most things are temporary, that most problems are small when compared to the vastness of life. By seeing the bigger picture, they refused to be consumed by small disruptions. This mindset also removes the need for validation. Many people react emotionally because they feel the need to prove themselves. They argue to be right. They seek recognition. They fear being misunderstood. But the Stoics did not depend on external approval. Their worth was defined by their own actions, not by how others perceived them. To remain calm in a world of chaos, one must understand that noise does not deserve attention. Most conversations are filled with complaints, gossip, and meaningless opinions. Most conflicts arise from misunderstandings, egos, and temporary emotions. The Stoics did not give these things power. They chose where to invest their energy, and they let the rest pass by. Mastering composure does not mean avoiding conflict entirely. It means engaging only when necessary, only when it serves a purpose, only when it aligns with values. The reactive person is a puppet, controlled by whatever happens around them. The Stoic is free, responding only when they choose to, remaining silent when silence is more powerful. Nothing is more valuable than inner stability. Those who remain unshaken in a chaotic world do not just survive, they thrive. They move with clarity while others are consumed by distraction. They remain steady while others are controlled by their emotions. They protect their time, their mind, their energy. The world will always be chaotic. People will always be difficult. Events will always be unpredictable. But none of this has to disturb those who have trained their minds, because true power is not in controlling the world. It is in refusing to be controlled by it. Remaining calm in a chaotic world is a form of power. Those who control their emotions, who do not let external events dictate their inner state, who move with clarity while others react impulsively, these individuals are truly free. But even with this mastery, there is one challenge that can test even the most disciplined mind: dealing with difficult people. The world is filled with those who provoke, complain, manipulate, or drain energy. Some seek conflict for its own sake. Others demand constant attention. Some bring negativity into every conversation. How does one navigate this without losing peace? The Stoics understood that people act according to their nature. Expecting them to be different is the first mistake. Most frustration with others does not come from their actions, but from expecting them to act in a way they are incapable of. A dishonest person will lie. An impatient person will interrupt. A selfish person will put themselves first. When these behaviors are met with surprise or outrage, the error is not in the other person. It is in the assumption that they should be different. The Stoics eliminated this expectation entirely. They accepted people as they were, not as they wished them to be. Seneca warned against giving others power over one's emotions. Many allowed toxic individuals to dictate their mood. A rude comment ruins the day. A manipulative action causes stress. A negative person spreads their pessimism. But why give such people control? The Stoics knew that the only response within one's control was their own. The behavior of others was beyond reach. To react emotionally to toxic people is to give them exactly what they want: attention, energy, influence. The stronger approach is to remain unaffected. Detachment is the key. Many believe they must engage with every difficult person, that they must argue, prove a point, or correct their behavior. But the Stoics saw this as wasted effort. Most people do not change simply because they are told to. If someone is irrational, arguing will not make them rational. If someone is selfish, demanding fairness will not make them fair. A person's nature is shaped over years, sometimes over a lifetime. To think that a single conversation will undo that is unrealistic. The most effective strategy is emotional distance. Toxic people thrive on reaction. They feed off frustration, conflict, and emotional engagement. When they do not receive it, they lose their power. The Stoics mastered the art of not responding. They did not allow themselves to be provoked. They did not feel the need to defend themselves against baseless accusations. They did not waste time on those who refused to listen. One of the greatest tools in handling difficult individuals is strategic silence. Many people talk not to understand, but to provoke, to manipulate, or to control the conversation. Responding to every word is unnecessary. Silence is often the strongest response. It shows self-control. It removes the possibility of escalation. It denies toxic people the reaction they seek. However, silence does not mean passivity. There are times when action is required, when boundaries must be set, when behavior must be addressed. But the Stoics did not act out of impulse. They acted only when necessary and with precision. If a boundary needed to be enforced, it was done calmly. If a decision needed to be made, it was made without emotion. They removed personal feelings from the equation, acting only from reason. Another powerful technique is choosing where to invest energy. Not every conflict deserves attention. Not every insult deserves a response. Not every difficult person deserves engagement. Time and energy are too valuable to be spent on those who drain them. The Stoics evaluated every interaction. Was this worth engaging in, or was it better to walk away? They did not waste time arguing with those who could not be reasoned with. The ability to remain calm in the presence of toxic people is a sign of true strength. Most react without thinking, allowing frustration to take over. But those who can observe without being affected, who can respond without emotion, who can walk away without resentment, these are the ones who hold real power. They are not controlled by the behavior of others. They are controlled only by their own principles. Another essential Stoic practice is not taking things personally. Many conflicts arise because people assume that the actions of others are directed at them, that disrespect is intentional, that every offense is a personal attack. But most toxic behavior has nothing to do with the person experiencing it. It is a reflection of the other person's nature, their struggles, their lack of awareness. The Stoics trained themselves to separate their identity from the actions of others. An insult did not define them. A betrayal did not diminish them. They remained secure in their own sense of worth. One of the greatest causes of suffering is trying to change those who refuse to change. Many waste energy attempting to fix toxic relationships, trying to make someone see reason, hoping that the difficult person will suddenly act differently. But the Stoics did not attempt to control what could not be controlled. They accepted that some people would remain as they were. Instead of trying to force change, they focused on what they could control, their own reactions, their own choices, their own ability to walk away when necessary. Boundaries were another key aspect of the Stoic approach. They did not tolerate repeated harm. They understood that while it is wise to remain calm, it is also necessary to protect one's peace. They did not allow toxic people unlimited access to their time, their thoughts, or their emotions. They created distance when needed, not out of anger, but out of wisdom. Another important realization is that not every battle must be won. Many people engage in conflict simply to be right, to prove a point, to satisfy their ego. The Stoics saw this as pointless. They valued peace over victory. If winning an argument meant losing time, energy, and inner stability, they would rather let it go. They understood that not engaging was often the greatest form of strength. A powerful mental exercise the Stoics used was viewing difficult people as teachers. Instead of seeing toxic individuals as problems, they saw them as opportunities to practice patience, resilience, and self-control. Every encounter was a test. Could they remain calm in the face of disrespect? Could they hold their ground without anger? Could they walk away without resentment? These moments were not just challenges, they were training. Seneca reminded himself that expecting the world to be fair, expecting people to always act with kindness, expecting reason from the unreasonable, these were illusions that led to disappointment. The sooner one accepted that difficulty was part of life, that toxic individuals would always exist, that conflict was unavoidable, the sooner they could move through it without suffering. The final realization is this: no one has the power to steal peace unless that power is given to them. Difficult people exist. They will always exist. Their actions cannot always be avoided, but their influence can be. By mastering the ability to remain calm, by refusing to be pulled into negativity, by setting clear boundaries, by choosing when and how to engage, one becomes untouchable. The Stoics did not seek to change others. They sought only to master themselves, and in doing so, they remained composed while others were consumed by conflict. They walked through the fire of difficult people without being burned, because they knew that true power is not in controlling others, it is in refusing to be controlled by them. Difficult people test patience, drain energy, and create unnecessary conflict. But their power is an illusion. The Stoics understood that no one could take peace unless it was handed to them. By refusing to engage in pointless arguments, by setting clear boundaries, by remaining unaffected by the words and actions of others, they maintained control. Yet even for those who master this discipline, another challenge remains: the need for approval. Many are not just disturbed by difficult individuals, they are ruled by the opinions of everyone. The craving for validation is a hidden form of slavery. It dictates decisions, influences emotions, and forces people to shape themselves according to external expectations. Some measure their worth by the approval they receive. Some hold back their true thoughts to avoid criticism. Some spend their lives trying to be liked, fearing rejection, adapting themselves to fit the standards of others. The Stoics rejected this completely. They were indifferent to external validation, free from the need for approval, untouchable by opinions that did not serve them. The desire for recognition creates dependence. It places happiness in the hands of others. A compliment lifts the mood. A criticism ruins the day. Praise creates confidence. Disapproval leads to doubt. Those who live this way are not in control of themselves. They are at the mercy of shifting opinions, of unpredictable judgments, of expectations they can never fully satisfy. The Stoics saw this as a trap. No one should have that much control over the mind. Seneca warned that the pursuit of approval is endless. Even those who gain status, who receive applause, who win admiration, soon find that it is never enough. More is always needed. There is always another person to impress, another opinion to seek, another fear of losing what has been gained. Freedom comes not from receiving validation, but from no longer needing it. To be truly indifferent to social approval is not to reject people. It is not to be rude, cold, or dismissive. It is to recognize that external validation has no effect on inner worth. It is to act based on reason, not based on what will gain the most approval. It is to live by personal values, not by shifting societal expectations. Most people seek approval because they fear rejection. They avoid criticism, stay silent to prevent disagreement, conform to avoid standing out. But the Stoics saw rejection as meaningless. A person is not defined by how many people approve of them. They are defined by their character. If something is true, it remains true whether it is praised or ridiculed. If an action is right, it remains right whether it is recognized or ignored. There is power in not seeking recognition. Those who do not need external validation act without hesitation. They speak without fear. They pursue what matters without worrying how it will be perceived. They are immune to manipulation, immune to flattery, immune to the anxiety that comes from living for others. One of the greatest causes of stress is the belief that one must be liked by everyone. The need to be accepted, to avoid conflict, to maintain a perfect reputation creates an invisible burden. But the Stoics knew that disapproval is unavoidable. No matter how careful a person is, no matter how much effort they put into pleasing others, someone will always find fault. To seek universal approval is to chase an impossible goal. Most social anxiety comes from overestimating how much others care. People assume they are being judged, that every action is being scrutinized, that every mistake is remembered. But the truth is that most people are too focused on themselves to care. Everyone is caught in their own concerns, their own insecurities, their own distractions. To live in fear of judgment is to suffer over an illusion. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that the opinions of others were fleeting, that they were shaped by personal biases, by limited understanding, by their own struggles. Why value the judgment of those who do not even fully understand themselves? The greatest freedom comes from acting without the need for recognition. Those who require approval hesitate before speaking, overthink before making decisions, hold back their potential out of fear. But those who are indifferent move with confidence. They do not wait for permission. They do not adjust themselves to be more acceptable. They live according to what they know is right, without waiting for the world to agree. This mindset also eliminates the pain of criticism. Many are afraid of being misunderstood, of being misrepresented, of being disliked. But the Stoics saw these things as inevitable. If a person does anything of significance, they will be criticized. To fear this is to fear progress. The only way to avoid criticism is to do nothing, say nothing, be nothing. Criticism only has power if it is believed. If someone calls a wise person a fool, does it make them foolish? If someone calls an honest person a liar, does it change their nature? Words do not alter truth. The Stoics trained themselves to hear insults without being affected. If the criticism was valid, they used it for growth. If it was baseless, they ignored it. Either way, it had no power over them. Another cause of the need for approval is comparison. Many measure their worth by how they rank against others. They seek validation through status, wealth, appearance, or success. But the Stoics rejected this mindset entirely. There is no wisdom in comparing one's life to another. Every person follows their own path, shaped by different experiences, opportunities, and choices. To compare is to create suffering out of nothing. The greatest strength is in being self-sufficient, not in the sense of isolation, but in the sense that one's worth is not dependent on others. The Stoics did not need to be praised to feel valuable. They did not need to be acknowledged to stay committed to their principles. They did what was right because it was right, not because it would be rewarded. This approach removes the fear of standing alone. Many avoid speaking their mind because they fear disapproval. They abandon their beliefs when challenged. They follow the crowd even when they know it is wrong. But the Stoics valued truth over popularity. They did not compromise wisdom for comfort. They understood that it was better to be right and alone than to be wrong and accepted. Practicing indifference to validation does not mean avoiding connection. It means engaging without dependence. Relationships should be based on mutual respect, not on the need for approval. Actions should be guided by personal values, not by what will make others happy. One of the simplest but most powerful exercises is to stop seeking reassurance. Many people constantly ask for validation, for approval, for permission to be themselves. But every time this is done, power is given away. The Stoic moves forward without waiting for others to agree. There is a deep sense of peace in this way of thinking, no longer worried about how others perceive them, no longer adjusting themselves to gain approval, no longer bound by the expectations of the world. They act freely, think clearly, and move forward without hesitation. The greatest lesson in indifference is this: those who need nothing from others control their own lives. Those who are free from validation are free to be themselves. Those who are unaffected by opinion are unaffected by fear. The world is full of noise, of pressure, of expectations that shift constantly. To try to please it is to live in endless anxiety. But those who master indifference walk through life untouchable. They do not seek recognition. They do not fear rejection. They do not hesitate before speaking, before acting, before making choices that align with their principles. This is not arrogance. It is freedom. Not needing approval means never being controlled by it. The Stoics did not just accept this truth, they lived by it. And because of that, they remained steady while others were lost in the need to be liked. They were free. Freedom from validation is freedom from control. Those who no longer seek approval, who act based on principle rather than popularity, who remain unmoved by praise or criticism, live on their own terms. They do not waste energy proving themselves. They do not adjust their actions to please others. They do not fear standing alone when necessary. But even in this independence, another challenge remains: how to engage with others effectively. Mastering conversation is not about impressing people. It is not about speaking more, appearing knowledgeable, or dominating discussions. The Stoics approached communication with purpose, using both casual exchanges and deep discussions as tools for clarity, learning, and connection. Every word had weight. Every interaction had meaning. They did not speak to be heard. They spoke to add value. They did not listen to respond. They listened to understand. Most conversations today are filled with noise. People talk without thinking, fill silence with meaningless words, speak only to validate their own opinions. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They valued silence more than pointless speech. If words did not serve a purpose, they remained quiet. If a conversation was driven by ego rather than wisdom, they did not engage. The key to mastering small talk is understanding its function. Many see it as empty chatter, as something to endure rather than to use. But the Stoics knew that even brief interactions could serve a purpose. A simple exchange could build trust, set the tone for deeper discussions, or reveal useful insights. Small talk is not meaningless when approached with awareness. It is a gateway to connection. The mistake most people make in casual conversation is speaking too much. They believe they must fill every gap, prove their intelligence, or entertain the other person. But the Stoics mastered the art of restraint. They spoke less, listened more, and observed everything. They did not rush to share their thoughts. They allowed silence to exist. They let others reveal themselves first. This restraint gave them an advantage. By listening carefully, they learned what truly mattered to people. They understood motivations, fears, and values without needing to ask directly. They knew that people reveal more in what they say casually than in what they say intentionally. A single careless remark can expose more truth than a long speech. But listening was not passive. The Stoics listened with purpose. They were fully present, absorbing details, analyzing the deeper meaning behind words. They did not simply wait for their turn to speak. They did not interrupt to shift focus back to themselves. They used silence as a tool. A well-placed pause made others open up. A lack of immediate reaction forced deeper thought. Another powerful technique was asking the right questions. Instead of focusing on surface-level topics, they directed conversations toward meaningful discussions. They did not force deep conversations, but they guided them naturally. They asked questions that made people reflect rather than just respond. They avoided gossip, trivial complaints, or discussions that led nowhere. The ability to steer conversations requires control over emotions. Many people engage in discussions with the sole intent of winning. They feel the need to correct, to argue, to defend. But the Stoics saw no value in pointless debates. They did not waste energy trying to change minds that refused to listen. If a discussion was not leading to growth, they withdrew. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that most arguments stem from ego, not truth. People argue not because they seek understanding, but because they want to prove themselves right. The Stoics refused to engage in these traps. They valued wisdom over victory. If a conversation served no purpose beyond inflating someone's pride, they let it go. They also mastered the balance between speaking and remaining silent. Some believe that silence is a sign of weakness, that speaking constantly asserts dominance. But the Stoics knew that true confidence is shown through restraint. Those who speak less are often respected more. Those who choose their words carefully carry more weight. This approach also protected them from manipulation. Many conversations are designed to provoke reactions, to extract information, or to sway opinions. But the Stoics did not allow themselves to be easily influenced. They recognized when words were being used as tools of persuasion rather than of truth. They did not respond emotionally. They did not reveal more than necessary. In deeper conversations, they avoided unnecessary complexity. Many tried to impress others by using elaborate language, by over-explaining ideas, by complicating discussions. But the Stoics valued simplicity. Truth does not need decoration. Wisdom does not need exaggeration. They spoke clearly, directly, without excess. One of the most overlooked Stoic skills in conversation was non-reactivity. Most people are easily offended, quick to defend themselves, or eager to prove superiority. But the Stoics refused to take things personally. If someone disagreed, it did not disturb them. If someone insulted them, they did not react. They remained composed, unshaken, uninterested in emotional battles. This ability made them powerful in any discussion. It removed the fear of difficult conversations. It allowed them to handle criticism with grace. It gave them control over interactions where others would lose composure. A person who cannot be provoked controls every conversation they enter. Another essential Stoic principle in communication was understanding intent. Many people speak carelessly, letting emotions shape their words. The Stoics did not just hear what was said, they considered why it was said. Was it spoken out of insecurity, out of frustration, out of a desire to manipulate? By focusing on the motivation rather than just the words, they could navigate conversations with greater wisdom. In debates, they did not rely on aggression. They did not seek to overwhelm or intimidate. Instead, they asked precise questions that exposed contradictions. They let their opponents defeat themselves with their own words. They won arguments without arguing. Another common mistake in conversation is over-explaining. Many believe that more words make an argument stronger, but the Stoics saw this as a weakness. Truth is not proven by quantity. It is proven by clarity. They spoke concisely, trusting that a well-placed sentence had more power than an endless explanation. Their ability to remain composed also extended to handling interruptions. Many become flustered when cut off, feeling the need to regain control. But the Stoics did not see interruptions as personal attacks. They saw them as insights into the character of the person interrupting. If someone could not listen, it revealed their lack of discipline. If they spoke over others, it revealed impatience. The Stoics did not fight for dominance in conversation. They simply observed. In discussions that turned emotional, they remained rational. Many arguments escalate because both sides react emotionally, feeding off each other's energy. The Stoics broke this cycle. They did not match emotion with emotion. They countered it with reason. This often diffused tension, creating an opening for true understanding. They also recognized when a conversation had no value. Not every discussion deserves engagement. Some people talk only to complain, some only to hear their own voice, some only to stir conflict. The Stoics did not waste words where they were not needed. They withdrew from meaningless conversations, saving their energy for what truly mattered. Their mastery of conversation was not about dominance, but about purpose. They did not seek attention. They did not argue for pride. They did not talk to fill silence. Every word was intentional. They saw conversation as a tool, not to impress, not to manipulate, not to gain validation, but to refine wisdom, to strengthen clarity, to understand others more deeply. Those who master speech master themselves, and those who master themselves can navigate any conversation with power, with presence, and with complete control. Mastering conversation is not about speaking the most. It is not about dominating discussions or proving intelligence through words. The Stoics understood that true power in communication often comes from silence. Those who speak less, who observe more, who choose their words carefully, command far greater respect than those who constantly fill the air with noise. They do not rush to respond. They do not react impulsively. They do not reveal everything they think. Their silence is not emptiness. It is strategy. Most people underestimate the power of silence. They assume influence comes from being the loudest, the most vocal, the most expressive. But those who speak too much often weaken their own position. They reveal more than necessary. They give away their thoughts, their emotions, their intentions before it is wise to do so. They leave nothing to mystery, nothing to control. The Stoics avoided this entirely. They used silence as a weapon, as a tool for observation, as a way to shift power in any situation. Silence creates presence. Those who do not speak unnecessarily are noticed when they do. Their words carry weight because they are rare. The more a person talks, the less valuable their speech becomes. If every thought is spoken, if every emotion is expressed, if every reaction is verbalized, there is no depth, no mystery, no strength. The Stoics understood that influence comes not from saying more, but from choosing when to say nothing at all. Many talk to fill space. They are uncomfortable with silence, so they fill it with empty words, with nervous chatter, with explanations that weaken their position. The Stoic does not fear silence. They embrace it, knowing that in silence they gain control. While others rush to speak, they listen. While others react emotionally, they remain still. In their stillness, they see more, understand more, control more. Observation is a weapon. The one who speaks the least sees the most. Every conversation reveals more about a person than they realize. In their need to be heard, people expose their weaknesses, their fears, their insecurities. They share their strategies without knowing it. The Stoic watches, gathering information, understanding motivations, seeing beyond words. Silence forces others to reveal themselves. Many assume that speaking first gives control, that setting the tone of a conversation means leading it. But the opposite is true. The one who speaks first often gives away their position. The Stoics let others talk. They let them explain, justify, react. In their silence, they force others to fill the void. And in that void, people expose what they are trying to hide. A well-placed pause is often more powerful than an argument. In negotiation, silence is pressure. Most people are uncomfortable when there is no response. They rush to fill the gap, often revealing more than they intended. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not interrupt. They did not rush to disagree. They let silence do the work. Those who control their words control perception. A person who speaks little is seen as confident, as composed, as someone who does not waste energy on unnecessary things. They do not need validation. They do not need to prove anything. They do not need to explain themselves constantly. Their quietness commands attention. Silence also removes the risk of saying something regrettable. Many destroy their own credibility by speaking without thinking. They react emotionally. They reveal their weaknesses. They try to defend themselves against baseless accusations. The Stoics knew that most words are wasted, that most responses are unnecessary, that many problems solve themselves if given time. They did not feel the need to respond to everything. Many misunderstand silence as passivity, but the opposite is true. Silence is control. The one who does not react emotionally holds all the power. The one who listens rather than speaks gathers all the knowledge. The one who does not rush to defend themselves appears untouchable. A person who is comfortable in silence creates discomfort in others. Most people cannot handle stillness. They assume it means disapproval, that something is wrong, that they must explain themselves. The Stoic does not break the silence. They let it work for them. They let others reveal everything first without giving anything in return. Resisting the urge to speak is an act of discipline. Many feel the need to explain every decision, to justify every action, to share every opinion. But the Stoics understood that not everything needs to be said. Influence comes not from what is expressed, but from what is withheld. In conflict, silence is a weapon. Many arguments escalate because both sides feel the need to respond, to attack, to defend. But the person who remains silent forces the other to confront their own words. They do not give fuel to the fire. They do not provide an emotional reaction to feed off. They watch, they wait, they let the other person tire themselves out. In meetings, in discussions, in negotiations, silence creates power. The one who speaks less holds the room. Their words are not wasted. When they finally speak, people listen because they know it is something worth hearing. Speaking rarely makes words valuable. Many believe that explaining themselves constantly will earn respect, that defending every action will prove their worth. But the Stoics saw this as weakness. If something is true, it does not need to be justified. If an action is right, It does not need to be explained. They did not feel the need to convince anyone. This also made them immune to manipulation. Many people use words to pressure, to provoke, to elicit reactions. The Stoic gave them nothing. No emotional response, no unnecessary explanations, no vulnerability to exploit. Those who are comfortable in silence project confidence. They do not need approval. They do not seek attention. They do not rush to fill gaps in conversation. They speak when necessary and remain quiet when it serves them. This restraint creates influence without effort. A simple way to practice this is to delay responses. When asked a question, most rush to answer, to prove they know, to avoid appearing hesitant. The Stoic pauses. They take their time. They show they are in control of their own speech, that they are not rushed by external pressure. Another way is to let others reveal more before responding. Most people talk more than they realize. They share information without being asked. They expose their thoughts before the Stoic has spoken a word. By waiting, by remaining still, by giving no reaction, the Stoic learns everything without revealing anything. Powerful people do not speak constantly. They do not explain every move. They do not react to every word spoken to them. They master silence, and in doing so, they master the art of influence. This ability is rare, which is why it is so effective. In a world where people constantly speak without thinking, those who are silent stand out. Those who do not rush to respond are seen as composed. Those who do not react emotionally are seen as wise. Many believe they must speak to be noticed, but the opposite is true. Those who say little, who choose their words carefully, who do not waste their breath on the unnecessary, these are the people others listen to when they finally speak. Silence is not weakness. It is strategy. It is the discipline of knowing that most words are unnecessary. It is the wisdom of letting others reveal themselves first. It is the confidence of not needing to explain, to defend, to prove anything. The Stoics did not use silence to avoid people. They used it to control interactions. They used it to see more, to understand more, to hold power in every situation. To speak less is to influence more. To listen more is to understand deeply. To control words is to control perception. And those who master silence master every room they walk into. Silence is power. Those who master it gain influence without force, understanding without effort, and control without conflict. They see more by speaking less, hold respect by not seeking it, and navigate every situation with clarity while others are distracted by their own words. But even those who are skilled in restraint, in withholding unnecessary speech, in remaining composed when others lose control, even they must confront the final test of all human existence, the fear of death. Nothing grips the mind tighter than the thought of its own end. Some ignore it, pretending it will never come. Others drown in anxiety, fearing the unknown, avoiding any reminder of mortality. But the Stoic does neither. They do not hide from death, nor do they fear it. They face it directly, strip it of its power, and live more fully because of it. Most fear death, not because of what it is, but because of what they project onto it. The mind resists what it cannot control, what it does not understand, what it cannot avoid. Death is the great unknown, the event that no preparation can prevent, the certainty that comes without warning. But the Stoics understood that fear is never about an event itself. It is about perception, and perception can be reshaped. The first step to eliminating fear of death is removing mystery. People fear what they do not understand. They fill the unknown with imagined suffering, with worst-case scenarios, with exaggerated horrors. But death is not mysterious. It is the natural conclusion to life, no different from the setting of the sun, the falling of a leaf, the cycle of all things. The fear of death comes from treating it as an exception rather than as the rule. Nothing in nature resists its own end. The river does not fear drying up. The tree does not resist decay. The stars themselves burn out without complaint. Only humans attempt to deny the inevitable, and in that denial, suffering is created. Seneca wrote that death is not something that happens at the end of life, but something that happens every day. Time is not lost all at once. It disappears moment by moment. Every hour that passes is a small death. Every wasted moment is a piece of existence that will never return. To fear death while wasting life is the greatest contradiction. The Stoic does not see death as something separate from life. They see it as part of the same process, the natural endpoint of what has already begun. By accepting death as unavoidable, they free themselves from the anxiety of resisting it. One of the greatest fears surrounding death is loss of identity. People cling to their sense of self, to their roles, to their place in the world. They fear that when death arrives, everything they built will disappear. But the Stoic understands that identity is temporary. No one remains who they were forever. A child becomes an adult. An adult becomes aged. The person of today is not the person of yesterday. Identity is fluid, always changing, always fading. To fear losing something that was never permanent is to misunderstand its nature. Most assume they must believe in an afterlife to be at peace with death. But the Stoics found their peace elsewhere, not in what happens after death, but in what happens before it. They focused entirely on living well, so that whenever death came, there was nothing left undone. The fear of death often arises from regret, from the feeling that there was more to do, that time was wasted. The Stoic removes this fear by eliminating waste while alive. Every action is deliberate. Every day is treated as if it could be the last. By living fully in the present, they ensure that when death comes, they have no reason to resist it. A simple way to weaken the grip of mortality anxiety is practicing death while still alive. This does not mean despair, nor does it mean passivity. It means regularly reflecting on the temporary nature of existence, reminding oneself that time is finite, that nothing is guaranteed, that every moment is borrowed. By facing death in thought, it becomes less frightening in reality. Many people fear the moment of dying itself, the process, the pain, the unknown transition. But the Stoics saw this as wasted worry. Death itself is not experienced. There is no suffering in non-existence. If one does not suffer before birth, why assume suffering after death? If sleep brings peace, if unconsciousness holds no pain, why assume death is different? It is only the fear of death that causes suffering, not death itself. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that everything that has ever lived has faced the same fate. Kings, warriors, poets, philosophers, none were spared. Every civilization that once ruled is now dust. The world continues. Time moves forward. To think oneself unique in fearing death is to forget that all of history has already passed through it. A powerful way to conquer mortality anxiety is shifting focus from lifespan to impact. Many fear death because they equate it with erasure, with being forgotten. But the Stoics understood that life is measured not in years, but in the effect it has. A short life lived wisely is far greater than a long life wasted. A single act of virtue outlives the person who performed it. Fearing death does not prevent it. Avoiding thoughts of mortality does not change reality. The Stoic embraces the truth fully, knowing that acceptance is the key to peace. They do not pray for more time. They use the time they have. They do not curse the limits of life. They work within them. They do not fear the end because they have made full use of the beginning. Some believe that making peace with death means giving up on life, but the opposite is true. Those who accept death most deeply live with the greatest intensity. They do not postpone what matters. They do not waste time in triviality. They do not live as if time is endless. They live urgently because they understand that every moment is irreplaceable. Another technique the Stoics practiced was viewing life as borrowed rather than owned. People assume life is theirs, that they are entitled to a certain number of years. But this assumption creates suffering. Life is not a possession, it is a temporary gift. To be angry at death is like being angry that a loan must be repaid. The Stoic is not resentful when their time is up. They are grateful that they were given any time at all. Releasing the fear of death does not mean ignoring the importance of health, of longevity, of taking care of the body. But it does mean removing the desperation, the panic, the obsessive grasping at youth. The Stoic treats health as valuable, but they do not cling to life as if it can be extended beyond its natural limits. They prepare their minds so that when the time comes, they are ready. In the end, to fear death is to fear nature itself. It is to deny what every living thing has faced. The sun sets, the tides recede, the seasons change. The Stoic does not resist this. They align with it. They understand that just as birth was outside their control, so is death. And in that surrender, they find peace. Those who fear death never truly live. They hesitate, they delay, they avoid risk, they waste time worrying about an end they cannot prevent. But those who conquer this fear move through life freely. They are bold, they are present, they do not postpone joy, they do not waste time. The Stoics did not just accept death, they embraced it as a teacher. Every moment became more meaningful because they knew it would not last. They did not curse mortality, they used it as fuel. The final lesson is this: death is not the enemy. Wasted life is. The true loss is not in dying, but in never fully living. Those who fear death most are often those who have not truly lived, but those who embrace it, who accept it, who use it as motivation, these are the ones who leave nothing undone. And when their time comes, they do not resist. They step forward, unafraid, knowing they have lived as fully as nature allowed. Death is not the true fear. The real fear is wasting life, hesitating when action is needed, holding back because of imagined consequences. Those who accept mortality live fully, without delay, without avoidance. They do not waste time fearing the inevitable, nor do they let failure or rejection prevent them from taking the next step. But even for those who have accepted death, another challenge remains: the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of not being enough. Most people are trapped not by external limitations, but by the walls they build in their own minds. They do not take action because they fear what might happen if they fail. They do not express themselves fully because they fear how others might judge them. They do not pursue what matters most because they fear rejection, criticism, or falling short of expectations. The Stoics rejected this completely. They understood that failure is not the problem, the fear of it is. Fear of failure is an illusion. It is built on imagined outcomes, on assumptions that failure is final, on the belief that mistakes define worth. But the Stoics saw failure for what it truly was: a lesson, a process, a necessary step toward mastery. No one succeeds without failing. No one grows without making mistakes. No one reaches their potential without first falling short. Seneca reminded himself that what often seems like failure is simply part of the journey. A person learning to walk will fall many times before they take their first step. A person learning a craft will make countless errors before creating something of value. A person building strength will fail many times before gaining power. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is the foundation of it. Many people avoid action because they believe failure will bring embarrassment, disappointment, or regret. But the Stoics knew that avoiding failure means avoiding life itself. To never fail is to never try. To never try is to never grow. To never grow is to live in stagnation, in comfort, in the illusion of safety. The cost of avoiding failure is far greater than the cost of experiencing it. Rejection is another fear that keeps people from moving forward. Many hold back their true thoughts, their real desires, their ambitions, because they fear being dismissed, ignored, or judged. They assume rejection is a reflection of their worth. But the Stoics saw rejection differently. It is not a failure, it is a redirection. It is not an end, it is guidance. It does not mean a person is unworthy, it simply means they are meant for something else. Most rejection is not personal. It is the result of timing, circumstances, or the perspective of others. A rejection does not change ability, value, or potential. It is simply one path closing so that another can be found. The Stoics never saw rejection as an obstacle. They saw it as information. The reason failure and rejection cause so much suffering is because people attach their identity to outcomes. They believe that failing means they are failures. They believe that rejection means they are unworthy. But the Stoics understood that identity is not tied to success. A person is not defined by a single moment. They are defined by how they respond to it. Failure and rejection only have power if they are given power. A setback is painful only if it is seen as a dead end rather than as part of the process. A rejection only stings if it is taken personally rather than as feedback. The Stoics trained their minds to remove emotional attachment to results. They did not seek validation through success, nor did they take failure as a judgment of their worth. One of the most powerful ways to unlearn fear of failure is to redefine what success means. Most people measure success based on external approval, on achievement, on how they compare to others. But the Stoics measured success by effort, by resilience, by consistency. A person who keeps going despite failure is already succeeding. A person who continues despite rejection is already proving their worth. A person who does not stop is already winning. Most fear of failure is based on the illusion of perfection. People assume they must get things right the first time. They believe that mistakes are unacceptable. They tell themselves that failing means they were never meant to succeed. But the Stoics understood that perfection is a false standard. No master was born skilled. No great thinker had all the answers from the beginning. No warrior won every battle. Progress comes through struggle. Strength is built through resistance. Confidence is developed through failure. The Stoics also removed the fear of public failure. Many hesitate to try new things because they worry about how they will be perceived. They assume others are watching, judging, waiting for them to fail. But the truth is that most people are too consumed by their own lives to care. Fear of judgment is an illusion. No one is thinking about another person's failures as much as that person assumes. Another way to break the fear of failure is exposure. The more a person fails, the more they realize failure does not destroy them. The first time may feel unbearable. The second time, less so. The 10th time, insignificant. The 100th time, meaningless. The Stoics knew that failure loses its power when it is confronted repeatedly. They also understood that the worst-case scenario is rarely as bad as it seems. Most failure is recoverable. Most rejection is temporary. Most setbacks lead to unexpected opportunities. People build up imagined consequences in their minds, assuming failure will ruin them. But the reality is that most failures are stepping stones rather than dead ends. One of the simplest but most effective Stoic practices is to ask, what is the absolute worst that can happen? Many fears shrink when examined closely. Would failure lead to death? No. Would it erase all progress? No. Would it make success impossible? No. Then why fear it? The Stoics forced themselves to look at failure logically, stripping it of its imagined weight. They also practiced voluntary discomfort to remove fear. If failure was a concern, they intentionally placed themselves in situations where failure was inevitable. They embraced small rejections, minor embarrassments, controlled risks. By failing on their own terms, they removed failure's ability to surprise them. They also did not compare their progress to others. Many fear failure because they measure their journey against someone else's. But the Stoics understood that every path is unique. One person's success does not diminish another's. The only real comparison is to one's past self. Another technique they used was viewing setbacks from a higher perspective. Many failures seem significant in the moment, but are forgotten with time. A mistake today is a lesson tomorrow. A rejection now is a new opportunity later. A failure at one stage is often necessary for growth at the next. They also detached their emotions from outcomes. If success did not define them, failure could not destroy them. If approval did not elevate them, rejection could not weaken them. They remained steady regardless of results, focusing only on what they could control, their own effort, their own persistence, their own actions. Those who unlearn fear of failure move through life with greater freedom. They take risks without hesitation. They attempt what others avoid. They continue despite setbacks. They are not fragile, not easily discouraged, not held back by rejection. Failure is only failure if it stops a person from continuing. Rejection is only defeat if it convinces someone to quit. The Stoics did neither. They used failure as fuel, rejection as redirection, setbacks as stepping stones. The final truth is this: those who fear failure the most are often those who never reach their potential. But those who embrace it, who see it as necessary, who keep moving forward despite it, these are the ones who achieve what others never will. They are not reckless. They are not fearless in the sense of never feeling doubt. They simply refuse to let fear stop them. They know that the real failure is never trying at all. Everything you've heard tonight is more than philosophy. It's a blueprint for an unshakable mind, a clear path to inner strength, and a guide to a life lived fully. The Stoics understood that true power does not come from controlling the world. It comes from controlling yourself. They faced failure without fear, rejection without doubt, success without arrogance, and adversity without breaking. They mastered time, knowing that every moment wasted is a piece of life that will never return. They trained their minds to be disciplined, their emotions to be steady, their actions to be deliberate. They embraced discomfort because they knew that the easy path leads nowhere. They prepared for the worst so they could face anything without panic. They freed themselves from the need for validation, approval, or recognition because they knew that true peace comes from within, never from the opinions of others. This is how you become untouchable. Not by avoiding difficulty, but by embracing it. Not by fearing loss, but by understanding that nothing is truly yours to keep. Not by chasing happiness, but by building a life rooted in purpose, resilience, and wisdom. And now you have a choice. You can let these ideas drift away as the night fades, or you can wake up tomorrow and begin to live them. Before you go, leave a comment below. Tell me, which Stoic lesson resonated with you the most? What mindset shift did you feel while listening? Your insights could be the spark that helps someone else on their journey. And if you found value in these lessons, make sure to subscribe to the channel. This is only the beginning. The path to mastery never ends, and there's more wisdom to uncover, more strength to build, more clarity to gain. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and continue this journey with me. Now, go forward. Live wisely. Live fully. Live like a Stoic.